All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. All right. It's great to see so many people here. Thank you for all coming and welcome. So it's my pleasure to open today's event on a European neurotechnology strategy. My name is Dr. Virginia Mayhew, and I'm the director of the Neurotechnology program at the Center for Future Generations. For those of you who are not familiar with us, CFG is an independent think and do tank based here in Brussels, dedicated to ensuring that emerging technologies are developed safely and for the benefit of society. We do this by supporting decision makers with evidence-based research and policy recommendations. Over the past 2 years, our neurotechnology program has been closely tracking developments in this space, seeking to understand both the opportunities and the challenges, and to explore what role Europe can and should play in shaping the development of neurotechnology. We'll be going into much more detail on the technology itself throughout the discussions, what it is, what it means, what the risks and opportunities are. But before that, I'd just like to say that this event is particularly special to us because it represents the culmination of over 2 years of work by myself and my colleagues at CFG. So we're therefore very, very grateful to be delivering this event in collaboration with our friends at the European Brain Council, whom I'll be handing over to in just a minute. And we're also very grateful to be working with the European Economic and Social Committee, who are kindly hosting us here today. So about our event today, we have a packed program. We'll begin with opening remarks from Mr. Maurizio Menzi, member of the EESC, who's joining us online. This will be followed by an introduction to neurotechnology from my colleagues at CFG, who will provide an overview of the current state of play, which is particularly maybe useful for those less familiar with the field. And then we will hear from the European Brain Council on their work in this area, on the European Charter for the Responsible Development of Neurotech. Following this, we will move into a series of sessions, including a fireside chat on the power of soft law, what has been achieved so far, and what role it can play going forward. We will then be launching our white paper on a European neurotech strategy, the namesake of the event. And then we will have 3 panel discussions themed around this white paper. So first, optimizing the innovation ecosystem for responsible neurotech development. Second, building a clear and coherent regulatory framework. And third, on public awareness and inclusive stakeholder engagement across the neurotech lifecycle. To close, we will hear from Mr. Paul Rubig, also a member of the EESC and a former member of the European Parliament. Of course, we'll have a coffee break halfway through. So without further ado, I'm very pleased to hand over to Frédéric Desterec, Executive Director of the European Brain Council, to get us started.
Thank you very much, Virginia. And on behalf of EBC, let me emphasize the importance of today as a real milestone in our collaboration. But one thing that we should also mark today is probably the outcome in a remote part of the European Union that is probably going to change our course of action from a political perspective. And I mean here the outcome of the elections in Hungary. With that is a reminder that trust in our society is definitely at stake, but that there is always hope to try and reinstore probably truth and debunk some myths that were created. That's probably the environment we are living in also when it comes to neurotech deployment and development. And hence it was of EBC's intention and of great need to try and make sure that we were building trust in that ecosystem by the adoption of our charter. And our president-elect is going to present to you a bit more information on that topic. It was important because the community represented by the EBC, namely patient organizations and patients themselves, clinicians, researchers, industry partners, as well as developers, were all in need of that clarity in order to be able to function in the ecosystem. So we are extremely glad and excited of the event today and to see such a packed room. So thank you very much for your participation and presence today. But we are equally excited about the collaboration that is materializing and taking shape with CFG. And thank you, Virginia, as well as the entire team for this wonderful collaboration. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over and introduce our host of today, Professor Maurizio Menzi, who is a member of the European Economic and Social Committee, and is going to address our session online. So Professor Menzi, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mailleux, Dr. Destrevec, Dr. Gilles. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to open this event on European Strategy for Neurotechnology as a member of the European Economic and Social Committee, the home of organized civil society in the European Union. I'm sorry not to be with you in person, but I'm particularly pleased to share these opening reflections. As a lawyer by training and a passionate observer of science, innovation, digital and emerging technologies, these are themes I've long followed in the EESC, where I have had the honor to serve as a rapporteur on several opinions. We meet at the moment where Europe is rethinking its place in a far more competitive and technology-driven world. Neurotechnology is one of the fields that will quietly but profoundly shape the future in health and care systems, in industry, in the workplace, and in the way citizens interact with digital environments. Neurotechnology lies at the crossroads of neuroscience, artificial intelligence, advanced engineering, data, and digital infrastructure. It opens new possibilities for prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and rehabilitation in brain and mental health, but it also brings a rapidly growing consumer and workplace application. In other words, this is not a niche, it's becoming a strategic layer of our innovation ecosystem. And Europe is not starting from scratch. According to the white paper we are launching today, Europe already accounts for around 38% of identified neurotechnology companies worldwide, only just behind North America. This is a remarkable base, but not a guarantee of future leadership, especially as the United States and China act with a clear strategic ambition. China in particular has explicitly positioned brain-computer interfaces as a national industrial priority. The white paper towards an EU neurotech strategy makes a compelling case for treating neurotechnology as a European strategic priority. It shows that while the EU has strong scientific capabilities and a significant market presence, neurotechnology still falls between fragmented funding streams and a patchwork regulatory framework. The risk is twofold. First, Europe could fail to capitalize on an area where it has real strengths. And second, it could leave patients, consumers, and innovators exposed to legal uncertainty and uneven protection. A European strategy would allow us to direct innovation towards unmet medical and societal needs, including the growing burden of neurological and mental health conditions, build a genuine single market for neurotechnologies by aligning fundings, standards, and scale-up pathways from lab to markets, and embed ethics, fundamental rights, and the public interest into design, deployment, and oversight from the outset, not as an afterthought. This is precisely the kind of strategic anticipatory approach Europe needs if it wants rules and competitiveness to reinforce each other. One of Europe's distinctive strengths is its governance capacity. Our toolbox, from the GDPR and the Artificial Intelligence Act to medical device, product safety, consumer protection, and cybersecurity frameworks, already covers many aspects of neurotechnology. Yet, as both the white paper and the report on inclusive governance underline, these rules remain fragmented, often indirect, and not fully adapted to converging use cases where clinical, consumer, and workplace applications blur into one another. Let me highlight two critical gaps. First, brain data and mental privacy. Neural data can reveal not only health status or identity, but also attention, emotions, intentions, and preferences. The current legal status of such data under GDPR remains ambiguous in many non-medical contexts. creating a protection gap just as consumer neurotechnology becomes more powerful and widespread. Second, the gray zone between wellness and medicine. Many devices marketed as wellness products use similar technologies and data as medical devices while avoiding medical claims and stricter rules. Applying a full medical device regulation to all of them would be disproportionate, but leaving this space in limbo is neither safe nor innovation-friendly. Addressing these gaps, for example, by clarifying the legal status of brain data and defining a proportionate framework for wellness devices, is not anti-innovation. On the contrary, legal clarity, coherent enforcement, and high standards for safety and transparency are preconditions for trust, investment, and scale in such a sensitive field. If well-designed and future-proof, rules are part of Europe's competitive offer. They can make the EU the place where companies innovate in neurotechnology within a stable, predictable, and values-based framework. This brings me to the role of the EESC. Neurotechnologies touch some of the most intimate dimensions of being human: cognition, behavior, mental health, autonomy, identity. They raise difficult questions about surveillance in the workplace, manipulation in digital platforms, discrimination, and access to new forms of care. No single institution and no single stakeholder group can or should settle these questions alone. Both the white paper and the report towards inclusive EU governance on neurotechnologies call for multi-stakeholder platforms and participatory governance. They advocate durable structures, bringing together researchers, industry, patients, and people with lived experience, workers and their representatives, consumers, organizations, ethicists, regulators, and citizens, not just at the moment of consultation, but through the entire life cycle of this technology. The EESC is a natural home for this approach, as the institutional voice of organized civil society at EU level. The committee can help frame a European neurotech strategy around social needs, fundamental rights, and the real experiences of users and workers, not only technological possibilities. Support the development of a shared and responsible language about the neurotechnology, cutting through neurohype and ensuring open debate on concepts such as invasiveness, enhancement, and mental privacy, and host or co-create multi-stakeholder platforms that systematically feed civil society perspectives into EU funding priorities, standardization efforts, regulatory guidance, and impact assessment. In short, the EESC can help ensure that Europe's emerging neurotech policy is not only smart and competitive, but also legitimate, inclusive, and trusted. Finally, which is the correct call to action? In my opinion, today's event and the launch of this white paper are important steps in this direction. They build on international work, from the OECD's recommendation on responsible innovation in neurotechnology to UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of neurotechnologies and on the European initiatives such as the European Brain Council's Charter and the Lund Declaration. But they must be the beginning of a more sustained effort. From the EESC perspective, three priorities stand out, three directions for joint action. First, place neurotechnology firmly on the EU's political and strategic agenda, from the forthcoming Biotechnology Act and the Life Sciences Strategy to the implementation of the Artificial Intelligence Act, the European Health Data Space, and the Digital Fairness Agenda. Second, develop together an EU neurotechnology strategy that aligns innovation funding and industrial policy and regulatory clarification around the coherent vision of responsible competitive neurotech in Europe. Third, institutionalize inclusive governance through multi-stakeholder platforms, citizen panels, and structured dialogues with civil society so that those most affected by neurotechnologies help shape them. The EESC stands ready to work with the European Commission, European Parliament, Member States, European Brain Council, and the broader neurotechnology community to advance this agenda. If we succeed, Europe can show that leadership in neurotechnology is not a race to the bottom in standards, but a race to the top, combining excellence in science and industry with excellence in rights, ethics, and democratic oversight. That is the European way, and it can be our advantage. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Menti, for this introduction and for your statements, which actually resonate quite a lot with the agenda that was proposed for this afternoon. And in order to prolong maybe this introduction and entry into the topic, and as part of a very sound and healthy division of labor between EBC and CFG, I'm very glad to introduce a friend and colleague, Pavel Svoboda, who serves as expert within the CFG group, as well as Onur Chevik. Okay, so I didn't. Okay, I did it. So over to you, gentlemen, for the introduction on the state of play on neurotech in Europe.
Thank you so much. Now, is it better? Yeah. Sounds better. Thank you so much. So what we will do in the next 20 minutes is offer you a very quick overview of developments in neurotechnology. I will start with the medical field that I focus on, and my colleague Virginia will then look into the consumer neurotech and the borderline devices, and my colleague Onur will tell us about the governance situation. So neurotechnology in its medical application. Well, the starting point needs to be 165 million Europeans suffering from brain conditions, so 1/3 of the population. The figures are projected to get significantly worse. So by 2050, globally, they will increase the brain disorders by 22%. Demography has something to do with it, given the high prevalence of brain disorders in older age. But we're facing a double squeeze because the younger population is suffering from a mental health challenge as we speak. So it's younger mental health and older neurological disorders in a nutshell. Neurotechnology is not a good to have, it's a must have in brain health. And this is because the brain functions as a network of adaptive circuits. And if circuits are broken, you need to try to repair them. And this is what neurotechnology increasingly offers us a chance of doing. Neurotech also helps us in monitoring, modulating, repairing, and enhancing the brain. So it's not about posing a challenge to the pharmacological approaches. It's about being a complementary solution to what the molecule can offer. Because the molecule cannot often repair these circuits that are broken. A molecule can remove the amyloid plaques and hence give the neurons a chance to continue living, but it will not bring them back to life, right? It will not tie back the synapses which don't exist any longer. And I think a good illustration of that issue is neuroprosthesis for the blind. Blindness affects 40 million people globally due to all sorts of conditions, also, of course, injuries. And a neuroprosthesis for the blind offers a possibility of repairing the connection which was broken. So in the case of an EESC-funded project launched in 2025 called Cited, which brings together the Paris-based Institut de la Vision and a Dutch neurotechnology startup, they're working at exactly that, namely stimulating the lateral geniculate nucleus electrically in order to relay the information to the visual cortex. In other words, to replace the connection that was broken. So this solution offers a prospect of functional vision. And I say functional vision because it's not going to be a vision that we are blessed with as we speak in this room. It will be functional vision that will help affected people to carry on their daily activities much more easily. Now, neurotechnology is already in extensive use in a number of medical areas. The most widespread is the cochlear implant, with about 1 million of those applied globally. The second most often used technique is the deep brain stimulation treatment, currently assessed at about 240,000 patients globally. And I give these numbers because one of the questions that we'll be asking ourselves today is how to take neurotechnology to scale. So these numbers show that in some areas neurotechnology is already at scale, even though this has to, of course, improve much more significantly. And there are ongoing trials. There is ongoing research about using deep brain stimulation in other conditions, especially in the treatment-resistant depression, in treatment-resistant alcohol use disorder, and elsewhere. Now, exciting news which arrived literally last week on the 8th of April is the fact that the German-based startup called Cortec received the FDA's breakthrough device designation for its BCI system for stroke rehabilitation. So Cortec is currently carrying out clinical trials at the University of Seattle, but it already has, and it's the first BCI system of this nature for stroke rehabilitation. Stroke affects millions of people globally as well, so this is potentially a very significant area of research. And this is a fully implantable and an adaptive system. So it actually adapts through the use of AI algorithms to what brain plasticity requires at a given time to rewire the brain after stroke. Potentially a phenomenal application of neurotechnology. But what I hinted at already is the question, how do we take these developments to scale? And I would very much wish our discussion today to be focused on that. And of course, at the same time, how it is done in a responsible fashion. These two questions cannot be separated from each other. And I mention that because you can see on the right-hand side, Grégoire Courtine, an impressive EPFL-based or Lausanne-based scientist behind the spinal cord implant. And you can see next to him the first patient who received that spinal cord implant 10 years ago. And this is a picture from a few days ago, or a couple of weeks ago, where he shows a clear improvement also in his ability to walk. So this is spinal cord implants for patients suffering from tetraplegia and similar conditions. And clearly, he is doing much better than at any point in the past. And clearly, this is a phenomenal solution. But the caveat has to be that it is still only a handful of patients who have received this type of treatment. So the question for us is, how do we move this forward so that a greater group of patients receives the same opportunity? Right, because the ethical case for neurotechnology is very much linked to the question of access. So we have to move much faster towards first-in-human trials. There is a first-in-human trial for that Cortec BCI that I mentioned before for stroke rehabilitation. So that's already good. But we also need a manufacturing platform to provide components in lower volumes. This is where this really starts to scale, right? It won't start to scale if we don't have components in lower volumes so that they can be tested in different subsets of the population, patient population, and then moved up the ladder. Finally, there is, of course, the opportunity that comes from non-invasive devices. Most of what I mentioned to date is about invasive neurotechnology, so implantable devices. But there is exciting research as we speak about non-invasive devices and their applications in a number of brain conditions, be it transmagnetic stimulation or being transelectric stimulation. And in fact, ARIA, the UK innovation agency, and this is the icon you can see at the bottom, has just launched an extremely inspiring program called Massively Scalable Neurotechnologies. So they set themselves the target of taking neurotechnology to scale. And if I read correctly, 50 million British pounds are now dedicated to that objective. Right, so I think this is very much. This should be very much in the center of our attention, especially, and I will end with this: that the world is not sitting still. China announced last summer its 2030 brain-computer interface roadmap, and it placed neurotechnology alongside AI and quantum computing as a strategic priority. And we know from past experience what happens when China sets something as its strategic priority, right? It does tend to deliver, maybe not 100%, but it does tend to move the needle significantly. Now, in the United States, the NIH Brain Initiative has been around for a decade, so over a decade now. And of course, with the disruptions in the funding landscape in the US, you never know what exactly to expect, but it seems that that brain research and neurotechnology research is receiving significantly more funding than other areas of NIH-funded research. NIH covers neurotechnology in a number of subfields of the brain initiative. And lastly, of course, there is private funding in the US. So OpenAI has funded a neurotech startup with $850 million US dollars last year. There was an announcement of an ultrasound-based brain-computer interface, Nudge, receiving $100 million in its funding round. So there is private money going into neurotechnology. And speaking of private money, this is exactly where I want to transition back to Virginia, because the CFG has done a pioneering research on market assessment with respect to what's going on in the field and where the neurotechnology companies are located. And I'll hand back to Virginia now to tell us a little bit more about that.
Thank you very, very much, Pavel, indeed. Just briefly, I want to say that I'm actually covering for a colleague today who unfortunately can be with us due to a health emergency, which is a real shame because she's really the leading author behind this work. So full credit to Laura Bernalez Timon. She's watching online, so she deserves all the credit for this. Yes, so as Pavel just explained, neurotechnology indeed has great potential for medicine, and it's also actually making its way into consumer markets. So consumer neurotech includes non-invasive devices that measure or stimulate the brain, and they're typically sold for wellness, productivity, or entertainment. I have a couple examples here in case you want to come look later on. They rely on the same core technologies as medical devices, primarily EEG, electroencephalography, which is measuring the electrical activity of the brain. And that's becoming increasingly powerful in decoding brain activity, particularly with the advances that we have in artificial intelligence in tandem. So indeed, we've been interested in understanding how big and how quickly the two markets are growing, particularly comparing consumer and medical technologies. So we studied nearly 300 dedicated neurotechnology companies worldwide to try and get at that question. So the first thing we looked at were company founding since the 1980s. And the most striking fact you'll see here is that there was a company boom that started about a decade ago, coinciding with many developments such as dry electrodes, sensor miniaturization, artificial intelligence, of course. And crucially, this growth has been more pronounced for consumer devices than it has been for medical devices. Consumer companies have more than tripled in the last decade and actually represent 60% of all neurotechnology companies now. So why might that be? Well, in terms of the commercialization, consumer neurotechnology is cheaper to produce, and it has fewer, obviously, regulatory steps to go through, so it reaches the market faster than medical neurotechnology. Most of the companies are younger than their medical counterparts, but they also have a larger share of products already on the market than medical companies do. We also saw that they can generate comparable revenue compared to a medical company with only a quarter of the funding. So potentially more profitable, at least in the short term. And this is the long-term question that we don't know yet. So we think this is creating a commercial pull towards consumer applications, which might be drawing investment away from medical innovation. That's a risk that we are concerned about. In terms of use cases of the consumer market, wellness is clearly the winner. More than a third of consumer companies focus on things like stress, focus, or productivity. And if we look regionally, we find that there's a bit of a split. In the US, over half of companies focus on wellness, whereas in Europe, we see more development of research tools as well as enterprise services and equipment. And the result is two very distinct innovation ecosystems. One, which is in North America, driven by wellness and is typically funded by private capital. There's the correlation there. Whereas in Europe, we see a higher prevalence of public funding and research tools, which is an interesting trend to note. So there is potentially the potential for medical and neurotechnology to co-evolve together. In fact, consumer devices are pushing real advances in wearability of these technologies, features that medical systems typically lack or don't necessarily prioritize. There are very few tools in neurology that allow for continuous, comfortable brain monitoring outside of the clinic. And so the convergence of these two worlds is an important opportunity in and of itself. So it could extend neurotechnology beyond the clinic and provide data that could be useful for research, prevention, clinical trial management, etc. On the other hand, the more powerful the consumer technologies become, the more the boundary between consumer and medical dissolves. And where wellness ends and medicine begins is a crucial question that we have yet to resolve, particularly in our legal frameworks. So we'll get to that in the later panel, but legal classification of these devices is according to their intended use. So helping you relax is a wellness claim, treating anxiety is a medical device. And that creates a regulatory gray area. Unfortunately, in our last study, which was just published in the last couple of weeks, we studied more than 100 consumer companies. About half of these were mistakenly classified as medical by an AI model. Worse, half of the companies we analyzed did not disclose that their products were not medically certified in their terms and conditions. So obviously this has implications for consumer rights. It could lead to users delaying seeking proper medical treatment, and it could also damage trust in the sector as a whole. And it's also important to note, as was noted previously, that this legal ambiguity is also challenging for consumer companies that are committed to responsible innovation. We'll talk more about the regulation in a sec, but consumer markets often lack a cohesive legal framework, which is challenging to navigate. Finally, addressing these gray areas and these ambiguities is crucial because the market is already shifting. Neurotech is no longer, or very soon will probably not be, a startup-only world, exactly as Pavel already mentioned. We're seeing big tech companies like Apple, Meta, Amazon, and others entering neurotech through strategic investments, partnerships, and acquisitions, both medical and consumer. So if neurotechnology becomes integrated into mainstream digital platforms, products that we already use every day, for instance, AirPods, which Apple has a patent for, its reach could scale very, very quickly. So to finish, going back to the big picture, this is again for both medical and consumer. Professor Menzi already mentioned it in his remarks, but 48% of the companies we tracked are in the US, but we're only just behind with 30% across all of Europe. It is very important to note that Chinese data is extremely hard to find, but we know that they are moving forward with ambition, so it's entirely possible they could also become a large player. in that market very soon, if not already. Thank you very much. So to talk more about the regulatory part, I'm going to hand over to Onur.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Hey, everyone. Welcome again. And so today I'll walk you through the Neurotech governance map we developed at CFG. And as you see, so it might be pretty or complex to some, but I'm going to just briefly explain what this means for, like the bigger picture. So this map provides an overview of how neurotechnology is currently governed or potentially governable if these laws are enforced well. So as a Brussels-based think tank focusing on EU-level advocacy, our primary focus was, by nature, the EU regulatory landscape. But we also included a brief overview of supranational frameworks and neurotechnology regulation leading country examples for context. So if you look at to the left, the supranational frameworks range from OECD to UNESCO, while we also included neurotech-specific hard and soft laws in countries like Chile, France, and Spain. So when you look at the colors, basically green represents non-binding soft laws, and then the red or orange represents hard laws and binding, like legal texts. And so also if you use the barcode, you can go to our page and play with the map by clicking on the little square next to each item or the policy document. So by clicking, there will be a pop-up window and where you will see an introduction to each laws or policy text and key takeaways of ours and selected articles in those policy texts and a short analysis for each item. So let's go back to EU regulatory landscape, since this is the, like our main focus. So the goal of this exercise was to get a clear picture of the EU's regulatory landscape and identify both strengths and weaknesses. So as Virginia laid out, neurotechnology has historically been dominant in the medical field and therefore predominantly regulated under the medical device regulation. But with the growing market for consumer neurotech, many devices now fall outside the medical device regulation scope. And that makes a much broader range of EU legislation potentially relevant. Therefore, we included all these potentially relevant legislation in our map. And so we wanted to go beyond medical device regulation and map the broader EU legislative landscape. And so of course, like we should have started somewhere. So we started from fundamental hard law frameworks like the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights and the treaties, since these laws provide the legal bedrock for everything that follows. So we besides these, so on the right side, I'm now talking about the whole EU regulatory landscape. We also included softer horizontal texts or policy documents like the Lyon Declaration on European Neurotechnology and the European Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles. So from there, we systematically mapped relevant other EU legislations and we organized or clustered them into themes like data governance and digital frameworks, health-related laws, consumer protection-related laws, or cybersecurity. So this thematic structure helped us to reveal the broad range of regulatory tools available for neurotechnology. And so with this map, we gained a much better understanding of, okay, what we have today at hand, part of EU regulatory landscape, and the first major insight is actually quite positive. There are many useful tools we can already leverage when it comes to the increasingly popular neurotech devices and the concerns around them. So we mapped over 22 EU frameworks, and each, as I mentioned earlier, with key takeaways, selected relevant articles, and short analysis. So the existing EU toolkit, I can say, is very rich. But there's a big but. So we also noticed, also Professor Menzi mentioned those buts. So we also noticed two key issues. So first one, although these laws are great instruments for governance, they were not designed specifically for neurotech, unfortunately. So there are gaps. And for instance, I'll just give you one gap example, but you'll see as you read the map or the details of the map, there are more gaps. So for instance, for GDPR, neurotech companies collecting biometric or health data are subject to GDPR requirements, but simultaneously, GDPR doesn't specifically define neural data. So you can find these sort of similar examples in our map. So the second, there is also lack of thread connecting these laws in a neurotech context. In other words, the regulatory scene, as you see, is as fragmented as it is diverse. So, you know, like it's up to you where you want to look at it. So just to wrap up, so our overall goal was to roll up our sleeves and take another look at existing EU regulation through a neurotech lens. And I have to say, we have a great body of work and instruments at our disposal, but with a little bit intention, and these laws can be much more effective if they are, you know, adjusted and better connected and communicated. So, so basically that was the point of the whole governance map, and I'm now giving word back to Virginia.
Thanks, Onur. Yeah, so indeed, it's a rich and nuanced picture and a complex debate for sure. So just to wrap up this little introduction, I just want to say that in the spirit of our white paper that we're putting forward, which I'll tell you more about later on, what we clearly see missing is a strategic layer that's connecting these different instruments together and operationalizing them for the neurotechnology context, in tandem with a broader vision for where Europe wants to go with this technology. So just to mention as well, we need to add it to the map, there's also, of course, the EU Life Sciences Strategy, which signals ambition clearly to strengthen Europe's position in the biotech space. And I just want to add on that neurotechnology obviously fits within this broader strategy, but it does raise a distinct set of challenges, particularly around some that we'll discuss later on, around mental privacy, autonomy, and again, this blurring of the boundaries between consumer and medical, which we think are not fully captured by the current approach with this general life sciences strategy. And again, we have the high-level principles that have been put in place by players already, like the OECD, UNESCO, and the UN Human Rights Council have already done excellent work. In Latin America, we've seen countries moving forward with neural-specific protections. In North America, we see individual states already amending their privacy laws. And in China, we have this overtly strategic industrial approach aiming to lead the sector technologically. So the ethical foundations are being there. The strategic importance is clear, and other regions are already moving in their own distinct way. So if Europe doesn't act now, we might find ourselves being caught between different models without developing a clear approach of our own, which is what we would like to foster with this paper. So, luckily, we already have a fantastic foundation to go from here in Europe, and that's where I'm really excited to hand over to our colleagues at EBC, because EBC have already been working on this for a couple of years in the form of the European Brain Council's Charter for the Responsible Development of Neurotechnologies. And this provides a valuable multi-stakeholder, values-based guide to shaping the European neurotechnology field. So I'd love to hand over now to Samir Zuberi, who is the president-elect of the European Brain Council, and also former president of the European Pediatric Neurology Society, as well as a practicing child neurologist in Glasgow. So, Samir, over to you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to be talking about the, if my slides move on. Not yet. Maybe I need to stand up.
Closer.
Get closer.
We need IT technology.
There we go. Okay. So I'll be talking about the European Charter for the Responsible Development of Neurotechnologies, which, as you say, this has been a partnership led by the EBC, but with multiple stakeholders. And as we've heard, I'm a pediatric neurologist, a children's brain doctor based in Scotland, and a teacher in the University of Glasgow. So, and I see many of these medical technologies in my own practice, in the children that I treat, in terms of brain stimulation, EEG, transmagnetic stimulation, etc. But increasingly, we see non-medical technologies coming into our field. So I'll talk about the genesis of the Charter, the process of the task force, the added value of a Charter, and how we actually turn this Charter into action, because we have lots of these documents, but how can they actually make a practical difference for people in Europe? And that will move on to the Seal of Trust for Neurotechnologies. So, the European Brain Council is really dedicated to improving brain health. And that's not just neurological health, that is mental health as well. And this is the WHO definition of brain health. And neurotechnologies really provide us a very exciting hope for improved brain health, but with any new development comes uncertainty and risk. So one of my patients was the youngest ever child to have a deep brain stimulator in the world, 2 years of age. And it was really exciting to insert this into this child. She went down to London for this to be done just a few years ago, and that produced great benefit. But it also produced some complications for that child. So we need to understand the risks and the benefits of these new technologies. So this is a multi-stakeholder group. I, for some reason in the paper, am at the top of the list, but I don't know why. Usually ZU, I'm always at the bottom of every list. So I have to say Pascal and Jian, who are here, are the people who really led this task force. But as you can see, it's not just medical doctors, but there's people from lots of different areas in this field involved. And this is built on a lot of previous work. As you can see, and we've heard about the OECD documents, the UNESCO documents in 2021, 2025, and the Lyon Declaration as well. So a real varied group of people. So when we develop this charter, this is a charter that we're thinking it will be applied not just to medical or non-medical, but for both. We have very clear regulation of medical devices, but it's this non-medical field, non-medical applications that we've heard a lot about, the ethical issues around those that I think there is increasing anxiety about. So this charter is going to cover both areas. So we aim through this charter to provide ethical guidance in the successful development of neurotechnology. So it's not to prevent the development, but to support the development of neurotechnologies. Now, we need to think about ethics all along. I tell my medical students, if you want to make a lot of money, you go into financial services, but the second best place is in healthcare, particularly if you're a bit unethical. You can make a lot of money. I don't know if I should say this to my students or not, but they need to be warned about this. This is a great book by John Diamond, who is a journalist, Times journalist, who died of throat cancer. And in this, he describes all the snake oils, all the different treatments he was offered to try and help his cancer, which had no basis in science. And I think, and we see that for people with cancer, they are constantly given these, oh, have you seen this? Have you seen this? I read about this in a paper. This will be the same in neurotechnologies. So I think we're at a point now where we can preempt that. So if we get in and we think about the law, we think about our charters now, we can provide less of a cowboy environment for the future. So, and I won't go through all these, but these are the areas in which we have discussed in the European Charter. So how do we protect persons in situations of vulnerability? Reliability, safety, security, prevention of misuse, malicious applications, establishment of mechanisms for oversight, protecting your neural data, because your neural data, your brain signals are what make you a human being. We need to protect that. How do we enhance education? How do we support neurotechnology development? And how do we ethically communicate? And also we need to take societal values into account. Societal values will change, as we are seeing in the world at the moment, and they will be different in different European countries. So the Charter is a non-binding agreement. This offers a more agile and flexible governance framework, so it should sit somewhere within that complex diagram that you saw previously. So it can be implemented with minimal bureaucratic hurdles, and we can update it hopefully more quickly. And it should not be limited by geography in Europe, so providing a consensus framework. But these are complementary to legislation. So the Charter was published in April of last year, and then we met at the Brain Innovation Days, the steering committee in October of last year and thought, well, actually, this paper is published now, but how do we make sure that it actually gets out? We need to disseminate it, educate, communicate. So we now have plans for a submission of a comment piece to Nature Human Behavior, which Pascal has led on and which we should hopefully be submitted very soon. And also now we're working on a seal of excellence to incentivize industry adoption and political support. So to turn this charter into real action. So the idea of this seal of responsible technology is that organizations who are developing medical technologies, non-medical or research organizations can then have a voluntary, independent, ethical label for their neurotechnology if they fulfill the criteria within the Charter. So why will this help them, and why can this encourage good practice and also support these organizations? It can help them get into investment readiness, procurement access, regulatory foresight, build for startups. So if we have a charter and then a framework for a seal around this charter, then hopefully it can promote the development of neurotechnologies in a responsible way, practically. So again, in this seal of responsible technology, we look at all these different areas. Now, this is just the beginning of this process. So this is a pilot project that we're just beginning now at the European Brain Council. So looking at purpose, benefit and proportionality, consent and protection of persons, neural data, prevention of misuse. So any neurotechnology organization, research organization can see, do we fulfill all these criteria? And then we can have a seal of trust if they meet essential criteria, and then a seal of excellence perhaps if they go beyond this. So this is then this is non-binding, and this is not based on legislation, but this is making people in this area think about all these ethical principles that the Charter outlines. So we want people to take part in this pilot. So there's going to be a pilot phase, which is beginning from now till later on this year. So up to 6 organizations, medical, non-medical, and research technologies, we want to get involved in this. So that will help shape what this European reference standard will be. And these organizations will then become recognized as innovation leaders across the EBC and neurotechnology ecosystem. And then we hope that at Brain Innovation Days, and I will invite you to Brain Innovation Days in November in Brussels, we will then be able to see what the results of this pilot are, and then potentially do an official launch. So if you are interested, please contact the EBC via this email, and hopefully you can be one of these pilot organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samir. Thank you very much for this presentation, and for teasing also November as the date, as the time frame. And you have to look up the exact date if you'd like to make it. But please join us all, as we would like to continue those conversations. And moving on, I think we can now. Is that you? Is that the first? Okay. So we have sorry for that confusion. So we have our first fireside. Okay. Great. Technology is with us, fortunately. We have our first fireside on the power of soft law beginning now, and I'm very pleased to be joined on that occasion by Pascal Meunier. Pascal, you work at the French Biomedicine Agency. We are also joined by Hervé Schneeweis from the CNRS EMBL Ethics Board, as well as the eBrains Ethic and Society Committee. And we have online Daphna Feinholz from the UNESCO. And Daphna, if you can hear us, give us a sign.
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Awesome. Thanks for joining us, Daphna. And actually, I'll probably start with you, as this panel is dedicated to the topic of soft law. And we just heard the different initiatives. We heard from colleagues at CFG, the mapping of the combination between hard law and soft law. But we also heard from Professor Menzi in introduction the need for proper and sound governance. Can I maybe start with you, asking from your perspective how at UNESCO you're seeing that situation and how you have tried to address it?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be back because it's not the first time that we have conversations with these groups. And I think we are very much aligned, and this is something that is very encouraging. So first of all, yes, I think they are very, as it was said before, I think the soft law and the hard law are complementary, but we have to have a complete system of governance that includes laws, but includes other ways of making sure that these technologies are well governed. So one of the things that we do with the recommendation is, as you know, we go to also like the charter from values, principles, but to concrete policy actions. And we also cover the whole life cycle of the technology. So we make sure that the ethical questions are asked in all the life cycle of the technology. And it means that all of those who are involved in any part of this technology are also asking the right questions, like who is already beginning to, why do we have to do this research? Why do we have to use this technology? Which problem will be solved? Who will be benefited? Who will not? And thereon until use, and also the impact for the ecosystem, and then what will happen also. So it's not only the construction, the deployment, etc., but also when you stop using it. No? What will happen with the people and with the environment when you stop? So this is one of the approaches, and the thing is that we develop. We are in the process of developing it for the neurotechnology, but I can already give you examples of what we're doing with the recommendation of artificial intelligence, because we will mirror the process the same way. Because what we want is to really make sure that everybody is on board, as you said. So we have we have developed many tools. One is the readiness assessment methodology, which is a very concrete. It's a very complex methodology that goes over all the dimensions of the recommendation. So in this case, it will cover, for example, the government investment and the use and regulation, the data policy, the security, the communication and engagement, gender, of course, health and research, but also, as you all said, the recommendation is very worried about the non-medical application. So it will also go into see what is the situation in education, labor, and employment, consumer and commercial user, and special users and enhancement. Special users are people with mental conditions, but children and adolescents, and also people with disability and elderly. And these processes are trying to go to see what is the investment, what is the research, what is the level of education, how much is it invested in it, how civil society and patients and users are involved, how private sector is involved. So this is very comprehensive document. The idea is not to rank it, but really to rank countries, but to really do a self-assessment. And the result at the end of this diagnosis, as in any medical procedure, there is already a set of, it's kind of a diagnosis with a roadmap of what to do. And already at the end of this analysis, for example, some countries already defined a strategy on AI, or they changed some of their existing legislations. But in the follow-up, then there were other actions that they asked, okay, we want to do now and establish and create a new law or a new AI policy, or change our constitution. And this is the kind of support that we do with different kind of networks. And I will not cite too many. I don't want to monopolize, but for example, we have a network of CSOs and academics, a network of experts of different backgrounds, Women for Ethical AI, and one that is very important is a regulatory agencies network, which started with the European one and with the Netherlands, and now it became global. And this is a safe space where they can bring and they can be together and discuss what we can do in order to make sure that this is properly regulated. And finally, since we're speaking about the private sector, we also have a business council that they are also trying to see how they can engage with another tool that we have for the government, which is the ethical impact assessment, in which they have to check their procurement processes to see if they are acquiring the technology that complies with the principles. So the companies will also do. And the last thing I will say about the private sector is the fact that we developed and we're working with Thomson and Reuters on a tool on self-disclosure for private sector. And there has been, like last week, we published the report. This is of course based on if they want to do it. And the last thing I will say without examples is that we really want to engage the community and the users, and that's part of the consultations what we do with the RAM. It's not only with the governments and the different actors that we do this evaluation of the status of the country, but also with the different actors, including civil society and private sector.
Thank you very much, Daphna, and that's actually quite a handful, I think, and I'm persuaded that your co-panelists will be able to pick up on a few of those. Hervé, I'd like to start with you because you've been involved in so many ethical committees that I probably will not name them all. You're also one of the patron of the Charter, but contributor to many different pieces of work. I'd like to ask you about the unmet needs that you identify in this articulation between hard law and soft law.
Thank you, Frederic, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to meet many of the usual suspects in this room today. Well, before trying to answer your question, I'd like to return to a kind of history of what happened, because it could seem now a lot of text, a lot of documents, and maybe some aspect of fragmentation. Certainly not, because all these documents are converging, not only because many of the people that contributed are the same in each document, but because they are trying to convey the same kind of principles and aims from different point of view. For example, at UNESCO, it's obviously from the human right point of view. We will hear later with Pascal from OECD that it was more from the responsible development of the industry point of view. But all this is finally what? It's finally to build a space of trust, to build trust between the people that need this, and you already remind us the figures of the unmet needs. It's tremendous. It's 1/3 of our needs in health, whether it's mental or neurological health. It's also the needs of the future generation. Daphna just spoke of children, the developing brain, and the impact of the neurotechnology on a developing brain is not the same as, and it's not the same. We even don't know. So we absolutely need research to know what is happening, whether it is ultra-focused sounds, whether it is EEG helmets or things like that. What is the impact? What is the impact on the reshaping brain of an adolescent? What is the impact on a more vulnerable brain when aging? So we absolutely need more research to understand what is happening. And returning to the history, it's very important to remember that it was a bottom-up process. All started with the big initiative, the big research initiative, the Human Brain Project, the Brain Initiative, with the ethics committees that were formed in this initiative. And even the process now, then developed by David Winikoff and Laura Krelling here at OECD, started with the fact that we already knew, starting the fundamental research works, that what we will develop which come into new devices, whether it was the neuromorphic computing, whether it was new implants. It was the first aspect, what you name invasive, Pavel, but non-invasive devices are invasive because the currents, the magnetic fields are doing something on the brain. It's not inside the brain, so it's no surgery. But the physical process is invasive. So we should more speak of invasive and wearable because it's doing some effect also on the brain. So how to build this space of trust? We proceeded by inclusivity, trying to gather the scientific community, the medical community, whether it was neurology or psychiatry, the patients' associations, the research organization, and finally the civil society and the governance. So this inclusiveness resulted in new processes. So I think that if we need to return to identifying gaps, most likely we need to consider GDPR interestingly, but it's not the end of the game. EA Act is much more important because EA Act is based on what kind of risk. You evaluate the risk. And according to the technology, you evaluate the risk. And if there is really a risk, you take measures. If there is no risk, you can go. So there is no absolute things, even if obviously we need to protect mental privacies and things like that. But we need to develop our tools, and EA Act is certainly one of the main. And I will end on the fact that it's a very dynamic process. And I can witness from eBrains what we are just doing. A couple of weeks ago, it was the Brain Awareness Week. And in combination with you, we developed the Mind Your Mind guidelines for neurodata, because it's very important. So go on the website of eBrains, go on the website of EBI, as an International Brain Initiative. Go also to EBC, you will find Mind Your Mind, which is for the lay public, and we hope to translate in as many languages as possible. And also, because Jaffna just spoke of the whole life cycle, to speak really of the whole life cycle, and this is a gaps today. What about neuroabandonment? And we just wrote an opinion at eBrain's Ethics and Society Committee about these already almost 20 companies that went into bankruptcy, and the people remain with a chip in the retina with a return of pains and things like that. So the whole life cycle means that responsible development must also include what happens if the device fails or if the company fails. So we need to have a holistic view of the process to build this space of trust.
Thank you very much. We can certainly come back to Mind Your Mind in a moment. But before we do so, I'd like to give the floor to Pascal. Pascal, because you've been involved in the development of the French Charter first, as we saw on the beautiful graph earlier, but you have continued your involvement, and actually you were wishing to push it further. As Hervé, can you maybe give us a little bit of an overview of what prompted your appetite to be involved the way you were?
Thank you very much for your invitation. Well, the start of the French Charter lies in the OECD recommendation. I was part of the French delegation to one of the OECD working group called the BNCT, responsible for the OECD recommendation on neurotechnologies. And Laura Kreding is here from OECD. And so this charter was a response to the moral obligation that each country has to implement the recommendations, the OECD recommendation that they have signed. But let me go back to the elaboration process of a charter. I'm going to repeat maybe some elements that have been already mentioned, but it helps to have an idea of the advantages of using a charter as opposed, or not as opposed, but compare to more binding regulations. First of all, as Hervé said, a charter has a bottom-up approach, where a large representation of stakeholders, of actors in neurotechnologies, agree upon a set of shared values. And they are using those values to elaborate guidelines and principles to be respected in the development of neurotechnologies. It is also a co-creation process. And when you do that, the collaboration and trust gradually build between stakeholders. The process is also public and transparent, and so it helps to build a trust with public opinion, with the civil society. And as already mentioned again, but this is a process which is inclusive because many different actors are involved in the elaboration. We're talking about research institutions, private companies, patient associations, startups, and policymakers and regulators. So it's possible to take into account the concerns of many different groups, and this at the end reinforce the legitimacy of the charter. From that short description, we can imagine, we can see some of the advantages of using a charter. The first advantage is that a charter can be developed, it can be designed, and it can be implemented fairly quickly, because there is a minimum of administrative barriers and delays, and because a charter does not require the same level of legal approval than binding regulations. It can be also easily updated. And this is something which is of interest when dealing with new technologies that are rapidly evolving, that are rapidly changing. The guidelines within a charter, they have a global scope. They are not limited in geography. A charter can be easily shared, and it can be used as a basis for the development of charters in other countries and also at the European level. We are saying that technologies evolve quickly, but public opinions on societal issues are also evolving quickly. So there is a need for a mechanism which is flexible and agile enough to take those rapid change in public opinions into account. And because a charter does not impose formal obligation, it avoids additional layers of administrative complexity, and this is something this is appreciated by most stakeholders, but in particular the private sector.
Well, thank you very much, Pascal, for this overview. Hervé, I wanted to come back to you after hearing from every one of you, just maybe to shed light on the Mind Your Mind initiative, because we were talking about like the multi-stakeholder approach and engagement, etc. And what I was very interested into personally, but I'd like to hear your views on that, is that the Mind Your Mind initiative is putting a little bit the emphasis on the responsibility of the end users and of every one of us as users of technologies to really make sure we are aware of the risk and that we are conscious of the decisions and the choices that we are making. But am I right, wrong? And over to you for more details.
No, you are fully right. And as we already discussed with you and with many in this audience, governance is multi-layer. Governance is not a one-shot. It's not a law you take and in a given country. It absolutely needs to be a multi-layer process that involves many aspects. And the question is two sides. One is that many people are speaking of data, even of neuro data or neural data, but very few people really understand what it is. And if you go to the Commission, it was discussions with lawyers of the Commissions when we came to GDPR, say, why you want neuro data to be personal, special data? Say, is there any data more personal than our brain data? Oh, we are not going to start with new data each time you invent a new technology. So it fails because we absolutely need to protect our brain data. But it's true also that a data by itself is nothing. A data becomes something of interest in a given context. And all these companies that were named, these big companies that are big EA company or big IT companies, they want the neuro data because it's missing in the whole range of behavioral, consumer, etc. data that they are already raising. So it's very important to make people aware that they have a brain, and that the activity of this brain, some people are still wondering. It was not a long time ago I discussed with some, there is some field of psychiatry, not psychiatry, psychoanalysis, where they are still wondering if it's really the need to have a brain or something like that. But okay, we have a brain with its activity, and what is challenged each time is it's either hype. If you read some aspect of brain activity, like an EEG recording, you know everything about what I think, so it's failed. And the minimization, it's just another data. Why to bother with that other data? No, it's a small thing, EEG trace, but used in a given context with the way you use it, it can already allow to know if you are awake, if you are emotional, if you are paying attention, things like that. It's allowed to make inferences, and we come to the EA Act. And because it's allowing to make inferences on your brain state, so most likely on what you'd like to do at this given moment if you have other contextual data, it makes something about privacy, about engaging you maybe in something you don't know, so decision making. So from one thing to another, to your freedom of thought, because it's pushing you maybe to something you don't know. So awareness is the beginning, and we took the opportunity of the Brain Awareness Week to launch this Mind Your Mind, to make neurodata more concrete, so what it should be.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Daphna, I wanted to come to you to react on this, and particularly on the point of the multi-layer process to adapt the governance, but there are certainly other issues that you'd like to pick up. So over to you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much. Well, I want to react to some of the previous comments and then add to what you're asking me. So first of all, I wanted to say that maybe I will start with this last part. I think this is crucial what we are discussing here, the role of users and civil society. And it's linked to the different layers of governance, which I fully agree. And it's in a way why I said that we we developed a recommendation because it's not only about legislation, but it is only about there is also the responsibility about the different actors that are involved. So it's also about researchers, and it's also about the users, and it's also about parents, and it's also about people that are caring for children. It is about everyone to be aware of what is this. But I believe that we are living in a world that is really the social fabric and the human relations and everything about our intimacy, our identity are really changed because of the digital technologies and because of the way we interact. And I think this is why we are kind of giving up a lot of issues that are or were supposed to be important, like privacy, and also in cultures. Even in one given country, you will not have the same idea of what a technology is. How do you understand it, if it's well accepted or not? Different ages as well. And I believe that there are many people still saying there is nothing about, I have nothing to hide, why should I be worried about somebody keep having my information or even my thoughts? But it's because the idea of this has not, I think it's not clear what are the misuses of these technologies, what we're really giving away, and that it's not something bad that we're hiring, but it's really something fundamental about us and the risk about being manipulated. And it's about information that even if you don't care, but you would care if you say something to your doctor, that is something that you don't want it to be public if it's hacked, for example. And that, if you put that example, maybe people will understand, oh, well, yes, there is something to privacy that is still it's valuable. But in any case, I just wanted to say that I think this is one of the most important things, and that's why we want to also act a lot on this awareness raising, and also it's part of the analysis. That's why, for example, the readiness assessment methodology is also covering layers. It's not only about the legislative system that is in place. It is about the education system. It is about how ethics is included, how critical thinking is included, how in the different domains, not only in medical, because in medical we know, but for good or for bad, there is already some issues, some thinking, education, and measures to be taken, but not all. And that's why the readiness assessment methodology is so important, because it's super comprehensive. It goes far beyond only legislation and only the responsibility of governments. And something that I think is very encouraging is to see that we have more than 70 countries doing this exercise, and it's demand-driven. And I think this is really telling as well, because I think at some point there was an understanding that this is something that is important to do. And I think ChatGPT and large language models were very important in this, because before that, it was like, yeah, well, but then suddenly everybody started to realize that it can become really, really difficult. And just going back to a bit of what it was said about the charter and, for example, the recommendation, I agree with Hervé that many of these instruments are not only are converging not only because of the people, but also they trying to use the same processes, because I think we are aware of there is a need to change the way in which we create technology and in which we deploy it, and how to protect people. And so that this is not only for some experts to do. Although EESC started with the report of IBC, when the recommendation was drafted, it was really drafted by an independent group of experts from different regions of the world, from all the regions of the world. And then it went to a lot of consultation process with non-experts, with all the different stakeholders which were not experts. We had more than 110 countries, more than at different levels of consultation. We got more than 7K comments on online consultation. Again, different stakeholders. And that's the beauty of the process in which is done, because there is a non-governmental part in which we gather the information that is relevant for the different actors. We make some sense of that. And there is the governments that negotiate it. And in the negotiators, you have not only politicians, you have also experts. And
Daphna, I need to interrupt you because we are hitting the end time of our session. I'm really sorry, but it demonstrates the need for us maybe to continue the conversation. I'm really sorry, and actually, Pascal, we are really hitting the end time, but I wanted to give you like the last word. If you'd like, in 30 to 60 seconds maximum. Otherwise, Virginia will stab me in the back.
Comment. This fire chat title is about the power of soft laws, and we are tempted to compare soft law tools with other regulations and to oppose them. But we don't have time, I know, but we can show that they complement each other. They are not touching at the same timing. A charter is an early governance tool, and that raise awareness about responsible innovation.
Well, thank you very much, Pascal, and thank you, Hervé, thank you, Daphna. Please join me in thanking our co-panelists, but please accept my apologies for having to interrupt and keep it short, but you have a promise that we will be carrying on this conversation in other times. So thank you very much for your contribution. And Virginia, very happy to hand over to you.
Yes, great. Thank you. Perfect. Great. So I'll be brief because next I'm going to be building on this and I'm going to be introducing our white paper, which is titled Towards an EU Neurotechnology Strategy. The QR code is on the screen and we also have copies in the lobby. I'll be brief because I think the case for this has already been made quite clear from what we've heard. But just what I want to emphasize is that the goal with this this idea of a strategy is not to reinvent the wheel from all the initiatives we already have, but it's to think about the responsibility of the European Union as a stakeholder in this ecosystem. So what is it up to the EU now to do and to act based on the different initiatives, frameworks, and recommendations that we have? So clearly there is a growing consensus from the charters, from UNESCO, from the OECD, around the principles that should guide neurotechnology, and many of which have been bottom-up efforts. But as we've also seen, neurotechnology is becoming a strategic domain at the intersection of health, AI, etc., and other regions of the world are already starting to move more decisively when it comes to policy and legislation. So the challenge for the European Union at this moment is to translate this momentum that we've already built into a strategic economic, political, and legislative approach. So that's what we're trying to put forward with this white paper. So in the paper, we set out 3 pillars for what such a strategy could look like. And I'll say upfront that these are totally up for debate, and that's what we're here for. The logic of the 3 pillars is very simple. It's just thinking about what is within the power of the European Union and therefore what are its responsibilities. And basically we can break that into 3. We can think about funding innovation and aligning innovation. We can think about regulation, and we can think about public engagement, coordination, and best practices in communication. These are, broadly speaking, the 3 things that the EU can do in this field. So we'll go through them briefly, the 3 of them, laying out some of, again, these are our ideas for what could go into this, but I really want to stress that these ideas are all open for debate, which we'll be doing some of that later today. But one by one, so pillar 1 focuses on optimizing the funding and innovation ecosystem. How can we ensure that Europe not only develops neurotechnology, but scales it responsibly and in line with societal needs? And I'll actually briefly hand over to Pavel here, because he's been leading the development of our ideas on this pillar. So Pavel, just a brief word.
Yes, thanks very much, Virginia. So there are 2 schools of thought on funding, generally. Either you put all the money in one basket and you call it a strategic initiative for a given technology, in this case for neurotechnology, or you try to identify the different pockets of funding that exist in the system and pull them all together. So we are sympathetic towards the former, because this would make a difference. And as I said before, others are doing it, be it China, be it the US, be it the UK as well, through this massively scalable neurotechnologies program that was just launched. But as we are awaiting that more strategic focus in the European Union, we think we should do utmost to pull the different sources of funding together. For that, we need something creative and something innovative. We call it the Neurotechnology Funding Board, because that board would help us to navigate through the different streams of funding, and we'll discuss it in the panel in a second, and make sure that there is a synergy being built. We also need a pre-competitive platform, because one thing we haven't said yet maybe strongly enough about neurotechnology is that it is one of the most interdisciplinary technologies that exist, because it really grows on the interaction between what happens in the compute world, in mechanical engineering, in what happens in the innovation when it comes to electrodes. So it's interdisciplinary, and hence it benefits different fields as well. And the last point is that we need to also support the emerging innovation hubs. So we call it a hub of hubs approach. Because research and clinical translation often are best done under one roof, and we need places where researchers would be able to go to in order to not only ensure that their science prospers, but also that it is implemented in the lab. So that's our approach to the first pillar, funding.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Absolutely. Okay, moving on to pillar 2, thinking about our regulatory framework. So we've already heard quite a lot about this, but as we well know, because neurotechnologies interface with the brain and nervous system, they generate highly sensitive data and inferences that can be made about a person's cognition and behavior. And indeed, as we saw earlier in the presentation, Europe has a wide arsenal of regulatory instruments already at its disposal. So it's not that we don't lack the rules to govern neurotech, but it's that they are somewhat fragmented, at times indirect, and not always entirely clear how they are applying to the current realities of the technology. Of course, as has been mentioned, one of the most prominent issues is around brain data, because the data itself is kind of what leads to a lot else, but not only, there are other issues as well. And some of the concerns that we see arising, particularly from if we don't have a strong regulatory framework, would be around profiling, around surveillance, cognitive manipulation, and ultimately potentially the erosion of mental privacy, autonomy, and agency. So these are not small stakes. This is definitely something that it's worth spending the time getting right. So at CFG, we definitely did not reopen this debate from scratch. There's already lots of debate out there, and some points of consensus are emerging. So for instance, there have been calls around the GDPR, and right now is a big time for that because of the ongoing digital omnibus process, to designate brain data as a special category of sensitive personal data. Hervé already spoke about this. We're going to talk about this more because it's clearly a contentious issue about how we should go about that. And that is referenced in our paper. And a second key issue that we have been working extensively on at CFG is this regulatory gray zone between consumer and medical technologies. Where does one begin and the other one end in practice? It's becoming harder and harder to tell. Again, this is really both, when we're thinking about regulatory cohesion, we're thinking both in terms of protecting users, in terms of addressing risks, in terms of ensuring the right safeguards are in place, but we're also ensuring that there is a proper, clear, certain path for innovation to follow. That is something in our conversations with many people in the industry that we heard time and time again. It is quite challenging to navigate when you're in this new emerging field, how existing regulations apply, and that can lead to a lot of costs as well for a small startup. So it's a twofold importance to get this right. So yes, we have a number of further recommendations specifically, hello, Mr. Irving, particularly to address the gap between consumer and medical technologies. I'll let you read more about them in the paper. And those are actually taken from a paper we published last week, so please go read that as well. But we'll be having more of a debate on that in just a minute on the panel following the break. I'll move on to pillar 3, of course, public engagement. We heard it throughout this event so far today. But neurotechnology is not only technological, it's not economic, it's not just regulatory. It's a deeply societal topic. And that's, again, because it can potentially interact with some of the most intimate aspects of human life, which are our thoughts, our behavior, our health, and our autonomy and who we are. And that's because the brain is central to all of that. So this means that any governance that happens around it, the legitimacy is absolutely essential. So in our paper, we argue that the European Union, as it goes forward, needs to take a proactive approach to inclusive governance throughout the whole life cycle. So it needs to be embedded in all the previous pillars. That means systematically involving patients and users in the development process, ensuring that technologies are shaped by the real needs and the lived experience of the people that they are meant for. That can happen right from pillar 1. Second, it means creating structured and ongoing dialogue between stakeholders across policy, research, industry, civil society, throughout the policy-making process, throughout designing our regulatory framework. And third, it means ensuring that the governance that we have remains adaptive over time. This is where the soft law initiatives that we have are brilliant for that. Regulation can sometimes obviously be a bit slower, but we need to make sure that as much agility is built in as possible. We also conclude by highlighting the need to invest in the broader ecosystem, so in skills, in interdisciplinary collaboration, and crucially, in developing a shared understanding through education and also simply terminology, because the terminology can get very complex in neurotechnology. That's the 3 pillars. Again, to conclude, across the 3, the message is very simple. We have a collection of different initiatives across regulation and innovation. We have a collection of guidance documents which are already established in the principles, and we need to align our, at the European level, we need to align innovation and competitiveness with rights and public trust across these principles. So we hope that our white paper can serve as a contribution towards that effort. Again, it's a starting point for a discussion. We want people to debate our ideas and our as widely and as broadly as possible, which is why we're here today. So in that spirit, our next 3 panels will be just that. We're going to start with a panel. We have an excellent cast of speakers, which I'm extremely excited about. They're all waiting in the wings, and some are online. So to kick off the first panel, I will hand over to Pavel, who's going to introduce our panel on optimizing the innovation ecosystem. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Virginia. So I saw a post the other day on LinkedIn. What is holding neurotech back from being one of the greatest breakthroughs of our time? It's not science. It's infrastructure. The author said, we will argue in this panel that it is also about the ecosystem. Of course, science needs to be in place, right? Needless to say. It's all about science, but it's also, given the complexity of this particular technology, about the enabling ecosystem. So I'm delighted to welcome for this panel Federica Zanca, Program Manager for MedTech and AI in Healthcare at the European Innovation Council. Laura Krailing from the Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation at the OECD. And last but not least, Mark Fleck, the Conning Secretary General of Neurotech. And by the way, I would like to make this interactive, if you wish, of course. So if you have questions or comments, please let me know, and I will bring you in. We are well equipped with microphones, all of us, so let's make good use of it. I would like to start with a question, a brief question to all of you, to relate a little bit to what you have just heard, namely the case for a European strategy. And of course, we are in a period where we have just seen in the past year and a half a launch of many European strategies, right? Be it life sciences, be it AI continent, be it Biotech Act, and so on and so forth. Neurotech is a little bit specific in a sense that, you know, maybe doesn't belong to the category of these general purpose technologies, and yet it is extremely meaningful or too meaningful to ignore. So I have often the sense that it sort of falls between cracks in terms of strategic action, because it's not exactly in that top category, and yet it is emerging, and yet it is extremely impactful, and we need to grow it. So how do you assess this case for a European strategy for neurotechnology?
I can start, maybe. So I think, yes, when I think about what is being said today and what you just proposed, definitely we should have that type of approach. And that's also what we try to do at the European Innovation Council. So for those of you who don't know, the European Innovation Council is funding breakthrough innovation. And as a mantra, we mean to bring this innovation to the market. And one peculiar thing that we do is that we aim at creating portfolio of projects. So, for example, we already in 2022, we launched a challenge, so a topic, a Pathfinder challenge on neurotech. So the title was, tools to measure activity in the brain. This was 37 million, which have been allocated to 9 projects with a specific asset that the project need to work together. So they really create a portfolio. They are receiving money for portfolio activities, which are meant to go beyond just deep tech or science, but also they have the objective to address exactly all the challenges that you are mentioning. So that's something that we are already doing. So, of course, this is one of the approach of a programmatic approach, but I would say that we are really trying to go in the direction you are mentioning.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Any other reflections before we go into some of the specifics?
Yeah, sure. So I think I agree with a lot of what's been said before. So we are, of course, in an alliance of universities, and we're also thinking about how do we grapple with what society is asking of us, right? Because I think if you look at neurotechnology and the interdisciplinary nature, you see that there is so many touch points. It really is a deep tech in that sense. You can talk about computation, there's biology, there's physics, there's chemistry, there's all these aspects of it. So what we're trying to do to also help make sure that it doesn't fall in the cracks too much is adjust our educational portfolio to educate people that have a comprehensive overview over neurotech. So I think we really need to, whatever kind of program we put in place, which I think is highly necessary, we need to account for this very broad approach towards neurotechnology, that we really understand it as an interdisciplinary field by nature, and that we find touch points on every, small subsection of it, and educate individuals that are able to make bridges between these subsections. So, for example, in a new program that we're hopefully launching with the first cohort in November 2028, so that will be the first European Masters in Neurotechnology delivered by 7 different universities across Europe. We've identified sort of 4 groups of disciplines that we're also trying to teach at a relatively advanced levels, underpinned by a transversal strand on ethics, legal and societal applications, very much I think also in line with the different comments about the need for regulation, to really educate people that can, as I said, can bridge these different components that fall within neurotechnology, exactly to make sure that it doesn't fall in the cracks all too much.
Super, thank you so much. Nora, on this, no, it's not an obligatory question, so only if you feel like it, but please.
Well, first of all, thanks so much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon. I will be reflecting from the perspective of OECD, who works with Asian, North American, and European countries. And yes, I'm extremely excited about the proposal to put forward a programmatic approach in the European context to move away from what has been seen as disconnected and scattered projects so far towards a coherent multi-year program, shared directions, goals, milestones, indicators. I've become very excited seeing the the white paper outlined just now from Virginia, Pavel, I see several advantages that this could bring to the context here in Europe at the moment. First of all, a coordination across sectors. There are many fragmented efforts across healthcare, consumer markets, employment, security, and education, and this could bring all of this together, create shared infrastructures, governance questions, and coordination could help. Reducing uncertainty for innovators is a really important point, because what we've been hearing is that they need clarification of pathways through existing regulations. I think that's maybe what's been discussed in the next panel, but I would just like to allude to this, because this is what we hear when we speak to the innovators, that they face uncertainties, and we need to find ways to reduce this uncertainty. And then turning these ethical commitments that we've been hearing about into practical operationalized incentives, into embedding them into standards, into funding conditions, procurement approaches, sandboxes. All of these can be things, I think, if we think about implementing them, that would take all of these ideas into the next level. So building blocks for a programmatic approach, I see here, we talked in the previous panel about the e-brains infrastructure, so the excellence of science and research to be able to coordinate and collaborate. A second one is the European Charter that we also heard earlier on today about. So bringing these high-level principles into codes and into tools, so that there can be guidance created for the regulators and also for the researchers to ensure that there is market access ensured. And then thirdly, the aspect on hubs and ecosystems was one that I found extremely exciting, because that's work that we are currently undertaking at OECD as well, to understand, okay, so how could shared infrastructures work for enabling translation and also clinical validation for the innovators, and in creating the right incentives for the actors along the innovation process.
Yeah, thank you so much, Laura. I cannot resist the temptation to ask you a follow-up question about how neurotechnology compares to the emergence of AI from that perspective of responsible innovation, right? I think we broadly have the feeling that in the field of AI, the genie has gone out of the bottle, and now many people are trying to put it back, but it is nevertheless an uphill struggle. Now, have we been able to learn the lessons in neurotechnology to a sufficient extent? I mean, you pioneered the OECD with the recommendation in 2018. So in terms of the timing, one could argue yes. But I mean, do you think that we are collectively having, the effect at scale, or are the neurotechnology innovators, at least some of them, doing what AI innovators have been doing? I know it's a broad question, but I think it's pretty fundamental from the point of view of where we are right now.
Yes, well, thanks so much for the question. Indeed, at OECD, we actually have a sister recommendation on responsible innovation in AI, and that came out just in the same year, also in 2019, as our recommendation on responsible innovation in neurotechnologies. There, the field has been advancing also at an extremely high pace, and what we've seen as well is that the neurotechnology conversations have been a bit in the shadow, or tended to be overshadowed by the discussions on AI. So, for example, the recommendation, the 2019 recommendation from OECD on AI, this has already been revised, and there is now there are a whole bunch of toolkits, and also in terms of different principles and themes, now more and more guidance being developed by OECD itself, but also by partners and by member states. When I now turn this into what our unit has been pushing forward, which is the implementation of the 2019 instrument, we have been seeing implementation efforts happening across our adherents. So thanks so much for that question. In 2024, in fact, there was a formal reporting, because we heard that, as with the soft law instrument, there's a moral obligation to implement these recommendations, and we've heard from our adherents that most countries have actually acted and implemented, primarily through policies rather than new laws. Exceptions are the Chilean constitutional amendment and the French Charter that we also already discussed today. And there were also questions about the dissemination activities. So what are countries countries and governments doing to disseminate these high-level principles. So we heard about the mechanisms that governments have used to disseminate our instrument through workshops, seminars, and government-led discussions. And then when we asked, okay, so who are the target group receiving this information from you? It's primarily academia, ethical bodies, and ministries. So we found through surveying our adherents that actually dissemination to industry, civil society, and patients groups is a bit more limited from the side of the governments. Then, though, we had developed a resource that's called the Neurotechnology Toolkit, and that was launched in 2024, and that breaks down the high-level principles into concrete, actionable steps with examples. And as we asked our adherents, so what do you think of this resource? Has that helped you to disseminate the recommendation? They actually said, well, it's practical, it's comprehensive, and useful for policy design. And we've also seen it being taken up by these groups that we can't really reach with the efforts that we do of disseminating the recommendation. So we heard from the industry, civil society, and patient groups that they've started to take up the ideas through the toolkits rather than through a high-level normative instrument like a recommendation. So in summary, making responsible innovation the default rather than the exception, I think, is really key here. And embedding ideas from these normative instruments like a recommendation into usable toolkits can be key for translating guidance into institutions and into everyday decision routines. And this, I think, we've seen works in the AI field, and I think it can be adopted and also used in the neurotechnology field.
Great, thank you so much. So that's very reassuring. We already have the first. Is it to this area, or it's to follow up? Please, let's do it right away. Yes, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Is it working? Yeah. So thank you for that. I really love this round table, and maybe to follow up a bit of what you said, Pavel, about the AI, the correlation you made with AI, and also with the data that has been presented before by about the white paper on the crossing between consumer, like wellness, and medical, and now that wellness is producing more return of investment with less needed capital. My question is a bit more provocative in the sense, are we still thinking, both in the wellness and in the medical, the neurotech as something that is needed to help humans, right, in their diseases, in their condition, or it is something that at a certain point will take a place a bit beyond, in the sense that we're going to need it in our daily life, in our integration, also to use AI and to integrate in a world that is more and more driven by AI. And if we don't do that, or if we are not assuming this position, will other countries like China or US are going to do that, and then we're going to just need to follow what has been decided by someone else? Because I believe that Europe has a great governance, great act, great policies, so probably we are in a very good position to think deeply about this and be first mover into this vision, because I feel that this is going to happen. So are we going to lag in this, or we are going to lead on it? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. That's a great question. I think this is why we are here in this room, because we are all believers in the cause of responsible innovation in neurotechnology. But I mean, you are definitely right to ask the question, are the processes that we are witnessing too fast for everything that is being done, and will they escape in between? So definitely time will tell. I would love to have the panelists take on this issue. But let's maybe take the second question. And I'm not forgetting that we have to go back to funding and the education curriculum. I think it's good to have everyone's input, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Mugge. I'm a professor of politics at the University of Amsterdam. I have two questions. The first one is, in the overall governance conversation that we have, how do we envision addressing some of the collective societal implications of the technologies that we have here? So, for example, if rich people can enhance the cognitive capabilities of their children, I teach at a university, it blows a hole through even the pretense of meritocracy in society. I think there are many more of these collective dynamics that we can envision. And a comprehensive governance framework would somehow, in a democratic society, enable us to tackle these things. The tools that we have, the legal tools, are not fit for that particular purpose, but I think we need that conversation. Where should that take place? That's question number one. And the second one follows up on your point earlier, Pavel. I've been studying the governance of AI in a geopolitical and political economy context for quite a while. We had very similar conversations to the one here today, 5-10 years ago, where bioethicists, tech ethicists, and these sort of people staffed expert panels, and we had highfalutin declarations about this, that, and the other. And if we fast forward to 2026, it's all become a great power and great geopolitics game, and all this stuff has ended up, or a lot of it, unfortunately, in the trash can. I loved what was in these declarations, but the people who now drive this AI field don't want anything to do with it. How do we prevent that something similar happens in Neurotech?
Yeah, thank you so much. A great overarching question, of course, the second one. And I think the first one is deeply relevant when it comes to access. When I remember reading the script of this UK massively scalable neurotechnologies program, it talks a lot about access, and that's why it's meant to be massively scalable, because it's not meant to be for a handful, it's meant to be for the many who are affected by neurological or mental disorders, right? So I think both of these questions are very relevant, but I would like to invite Laura perhaps to start with, but all of the panelists to relate to it if you wish, and then we'll go back to the various elements of the ecosystem.
Yeah, I think I would like to come to your question on the neurotech field in the AI, and then your first question over there. So a point I think I should have added in my answer before, though, would have been that there's also the convergence of neurotechnology and AI happening, right? We shouldn't forget that when we speak to the innovators, and we did that in a study last year where we tried to understand data flows of devices that are being developed. We actually talked to like companies that are working with neurotechnology and with AI at the same time. And when we heard about the language, when we asked them, so can you describe the type of data that you're collecting? Most of them are using, either they're developing their own brain foundation models directly to provide a service to actually not only necessarily detect the data, but to analyze it and to provide a service on it. So actually most of these, or a large share of the sample that we talked to, and which was a surprise to us, they're actually hybrid companies. And they are struggling. When we talk to them about, so how's your experience in the regulatory environment? We are struggling. We don't know in which category we fall, and so we realized that we, from our side at OECD, were talking to the regulators from the data protection, the consumer protection, from the technology and science side, and when they go into exchanges with these innovators, there's a dialogue and communication problem. And we from talking to the innovators themselves, we realized they, in a way, also they have a lot to say. They are at the pulse of what's happening, but we need to have channels where this dialogue between them can happen, and can also happen across sectors and across ministerial silos that are existing today. So an approach that we are putting forward in a paper that will come out later this year, that's focused on governing neurodata, will be to enable these dialogues happening between the consumer protection, data protection, the research and science ministers, and bringing industry to the table as co-architects, and to see the value and expertise that they can bring to conversations, but also teaching them in a way to speak in a language that regulators understand them, and regulators to understand them. So there's definitely at the moment a lack of communication between those sides existing.
Can I comment?
Derika, yes.
Yeah, so I can confirm in the sense that also all the projects that we have are leveraging AI as well. And if I want to connect to your point on the, I would say, miscommunication or between regulator and innovator, perhaps some of you know that we have been working with the Commission to define a breakthrough designation, like you have in US, to put together structured dialogue. There will be pilot this year for some projects who can test this new breakthrough, as we mentioned it in Europe, exactly for the reason you are mentioning, because this project, they go for the regulatory path, but the notified body, they don't know how to treat this because the rules are not clear. So I could talk hours on that, but we have no time. So just to say that Europe is trying to do something on that as well.
And can the pilot be in the neurospace, you think?
They will.
It will be.
Yeah. At least with my portfolio, we are trying to push at least one.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. But Federica, since you have the floor, I wanted to ask you to look a little bit more under the hood of the funding that the EIC does, because, of course, there is the case for research funding that's done elsewhere, ERC, the Partnership for Brain Health. This is research, but then you are further down the stream, so to say, closer to the market. So if you could tell us in a nutshell how important neurotechnology is in the overall EIC portfolio, and also if you could solve for us that dilemma whether we should have something domain specific, so focused in this case on neurotechnology, or can we afford to rely on generic tools for funding these types of technology developments, right? I mean, you mentioned something specific in the case of neurotechnology portfolio, but that was a one-off for the moment, at least. I don't know if a new one is coming up. Hopefully, yes, but the jury is out, right? So, in other words, do we need something that is, specifically focused on neurotechnology? I mean, I think the answer is yes, because there is also the knowledge, expertise that needs to be put into it. Or can the prevailing approach, which is generic one, still dominate? And if you want to show your slide.
I had prepared a few slides. So this is just for my first question. If you want to go back, yes, if there is a QR code, you can check all the portfolio and the 9 projects working on neurotechnologies, and I think it's very interesting for you to have a look, certainly if you don't know them. So with respect to the AEC funding, so you can go to the next slide. So this, unfortunately, the color are not the best for this screen, but I would say that you can see the neurotech is a big part. It's 14% with cardiovascular diseases. So this means that it is the largest portion of money goes to neurotech at the AEC. And if it goes back to what are the best instruments, so as I said, we bring research to the market, but we focus only on really breakthrough and deep tech. And we have 3 instruments. So the Pathfinder, it's really very low technology readiness level. So it means, the shoot to the moon. So that's really completely destructive idea for which there is no proof of concept. They are high risk and so on. Then you have the second one, which is the transition, which is more for doing a proof of concept to validation. And these are, the Pathfinder is about 4 million per project, and the transition is 2.5. And then we have our last instrument, well, not the last, for last, which is the accelerator. This is only for company, for SMEs. And the AEC is giving not only a grant, but also equity. The AEC is the largest VC in Europe, so we give up to 10 million equity to the company, and we do have, in fact, of this 14%, the majority are really also in accelerator. So we do have a lot of company, the one you mentioned, I have them all there represented. So connecting to your last question, because I see we don't have a lot of time, is it the programmatic topic top-down or the generic one? What is the best? Well, I think it's not one or the other. I think it's a mixture of them, because with the top-down, we can steer in topics where there is a need to answer common challenges that cannot be answered by a single project. But at the same time, you also need incremental research. You also need infrastructure. You also need the right regulation, ecosystem. So I really do believe that is a combination of them. And that's also why, and that's my last slide, I don't know if you have it, we are working with the Brain Tool portfolio to develop a non-profit institute, which is called, will be called Intrinsics, to guide neurotechnology medical device development from concept to the CE mark. So we really want to go from the research to the CE marking, passing through investors, and that, of course, would be complementary to many other approaches that there are.
Thank you so much. So, can you tell us more about the setup for Intrinsic? Is it? I mean, is the EIC going to be one of the stakeholders, or is it
So we have not decided yet. So this could be an ERIC, which is supported by the member state. It could be. So we are just now brainstorming on the idea. So it's something which is open, and of course we would like to have stakeholders joining. So it's something that needs to be discussed. So in fact, it's the first time we show this. So.
Wow, exactly. That's exciting. That's the launch of the white paper, but also launch of the discussion about this Intrinsic non-profit institute. Excellent. This looks extremely promising and encouraging. Thank you, Federica. I saw that there was one more question, and then I have a question for Mark. Yeah, please.
Well, Mauro Placchi. Federica, how do you realize all this investment? It is quite exciting. When you fall with your company collapsing in the valley of death of the clinical trials?
Very nice question. So this is really this is a fact. There is no. So we are really working very strongly also with investors. We built now a network of trusted investors with whom we are trying really to strengthen the relationship. We have also been writing a document which is not published yet on the miscommunication between investors and company, because they simply talk different language, and this also in all AI buzz, if it can comfort you. We are really trying to work on that, because we acknowledge this is a problem. And there is also another issue, which is often the investors are generalists. They don't understand that healthcare is not energy, space. It has a completely different regulation. They should not expect a return on investment in 5 to 7 years. At least 10 to 15 clinical trials are very long. So we are really working on that. But it's a slow piece. But we are really, at least we are setting the foundation, hopefully, to move something there.
Great. Thank you so much. Mark, I want to ask you to tell us a little bit more about this master's program, but also about what you see out there in terms of the type of curricula which are needed for neurotechnology, given its interdisciplinary nature. I mean, I think we have, if we were to look at the profiles of leading innovators in Europe, they would be coming from different walks of life. I guess neuroscience, but also physics and so on and so forth. So how does that translate into the way you shape a curriculum for a neurotechnology master's, which is spread around 7 universities, you said? And maybe if you could also tell us about how does the formula work to have 7 different universities on board? What type of value added are you hoping for in terms of cross-cultural learning as well?
Yeah, so I guess my first answer would be difficult. I think we run into many of the same problems that companies, startups, investors run, which is huge institutional barriers between the different member states, right? So we're trying to co-create a curriculum across 7 universities in Europe. Participating universities include the University of Reykjavik, Radboud University in the Netherlands, the University of Bonn, Université de Lille, the University in Elche, the Medical University of Cluj, and then the University in Istanbul, Boğaziçi University, the former American university. All, quite strong universities with, some specific expertises. And I think what we see is that it is this where we find complementarity. We find it in multiple ways. So I think one thing about neurotechnology really is that, and neuroscience more generally actually, is that because of its interdisciplinary nature, it actually thrives very well at comprehensive universities. So if you look at Radboud University, University of Bonn, University of Lille, they're able to bring in these different disciplines and bring them together to create new combinations of investigation into neuroscience that perhaps would not be available if you're only a medical university. So what you see happening in our collaboration is that we have some more specialized medical universities and some more comprehensive universities, and they find each other. So what we're trying to do now in our curricula is to hand over some of the perhaps more technical aspects of the teaching, or the teaching on computation, which is not usually found at the medical university, to some of the comprehensive universities, and vice versa, that some of the more medical teaching, which might not be in place at some comprehensive universities, will be taken up by the universities with the university hospitals. So truly finding a mode in which 1 + 1 becomes 3. Now that opens up a whole can of worms in terms of when can you give somebody a degree, how much ECTS do they need to have taken at a particular university, and so forth. So there's a lot of things to also solve for. But we truly believe that this is necessary, and that brings us back to the core premise of what Neurotech EU is. So we are a European Universities Alliance. We are one of the 65 alliances that was funded by the European Commission as a result of an initiative by President Macron, who said we need European universities to also counterweight what's happening in the US, what's happening in China, and we made the analysis that I think we've all made, that now is the most important time ever to develop neurotechnological capabilities in Europe, and we haven't seen an ecosystem come into place, we haven't seen a coherent approach come into place, and we are trying to do so by bringing together at least a subset of universities that are working on these. Of course, there's many more out there that we would like to connect to, but you have to start somewhere. So I think that is what we're trying to do. We're really trying to build a master's program that can deliver graduates that can plug into any European country that know how it is to work in international transdisciplinary teams, and that can really help us develop neurotechnology for the future, building upon its roots in very basic research, basic physics, basic chemistry, and so forth, and then make the translation to the market and to industry, and also to governance, to policy, to regulatory, right? So that we really try to bring these things together. So we're not putting something in place that is educating people for further academic development of neurotechnology or neuroscience. That's not the goal here. The goal really here is to deliver graduates that are able to impact society, with in mind this whole wave, I think, of technological development that we're going to be seeing in the coming 5 to 10 years, and where we really need to be ready.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. So I'm looking around for last questions before we end this session. And if there are none, then I would like to ask a final question, which is about on the level of ambition that we should have, taking into consideration what has been asked about the observable dynamic in the field, and where others are going, and where also big tech players are increasingly active. How can we make sure that we have some sort of escape velocity to put European neurotech firmly on the agenda? You ask about the wellness devices and whether or not the dynamics will be largely in that field. Well, since this is the time of showing new ideas, I think we can also share one idea we are working on, namely to harness the consumer neurotechnology devices and wellness devices for some good use. And one of the good uses is prevention. Wellness devices collect a lot of data. That's obviously the risk that we've been talking about. But what if we harness all that wealth of information for something useful for humanity, and that is prevention, and that is addressing modifiable risk factors of different disorders about which we know more and more. So is that sort of line of reasoning, you think, something that we should spend more quality time on in order to make sure that European Neurotech, first of all, develops dynamically, and as it develops, it has this print of responsible innovation encoded in it. So that will be my final question for your final thoughts before we end the session. Now, Federica, Laura, Mark, please, Laura. Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to start because I feel like in the panel conversation, I'm fully aligned with what that you've said so far. There's one piece that I just want to stress towards the end, which I feel is an important one that hasn't been mentioned, which is the fact that Europe is really, really good in excellence in research, excellence, but when it comes to translating it, when it comes to clinical validation, when it comes to keeping the companies in Europe, I think this is a point where we need to work harder, and we need to make it easier for companies to understand the regulatory environment, to develop with them guidances that there can be this dialogue with the regulators, and that the incentives are not set for them to go elsewhere to other jurisdictions. And this is, I think, a real dynamic that's happening in the field at the moment. That's happening as we spoke to the innovators when we just asked them about the neurodata aspect that I mentioned before. And I wanted to really come back to your earlier question about this European ambition. And I think I really want to encourage European actors to be ambitious. They need to be ambitious because, as we said, in other jurisdictions there are dynamics that are happening, and the innovators will ultimately go where for them it's the most straightforward to get their devices approved. And there, I think there's a lot more work to be done in Europe. There are a couple of ideas that I would like to bring to the panel discussion in terms of creating agile regulatory environments. So sandboxes could be an option. I think that's mentioned in the white paper as well. An idea could also be a Neurotech Sherpa, so a point of contact for startups and other neurotechnology companies to speak to a regulator, to get feedback and to have like a single point of contact for them to help them navigate through the different regulatory processes. I think this is missing at the moment, and this is where companies get frustrated and may ultimately make decisions of moving elsewhere. So a two-speed strategy, sort of what Federica mentioned earlier, in terms of going for the big moonshot missions to lead globally in the frontier capabilities, can be one part of the strategy. But these moonshots will ultimately fail if there's not this incremental innovation at scale to translate the breakthroughs into safe, trusted products and services. And so I think a European ambition could be to make trust and stewardship an innovation advantage. And to do that, building on the European Charter that we discussed before, which is in alignment with international norms, I think is the right way forward. And I'm very much excited to be seeing the next steps in this process.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So, yes, Mark?
Yeah, maybe to follow up, completely support what the colleague said here. And I think what we should also realize is that the issues that we face in neurotechnology are larger issues, wider issues. I think unless we complete the single market, and unless we sort of have further political integration in European, we are going to be hard pressed to solve the different structures that prohibit further innovation of neurotechnology. So I think we also need to find allies. We need to find other pockets which deal with the same kind of problems. And in one way, I think the momentum has never been stronger. I think competitiveness, sovereignty, autonomy is front and foremost in every speech that's given in Brussels at this point. So I think instead of trying to maybe solve things on our own and seeing how we can solve specifically for neurotechnology, we should still make a specific investment for neurotechnology. Of that I'm convinced. But I think we should also find a way to really communicate that it's not just neurotechnology, but it's all these different kind of fields that are, under this same, that are dealing with the same kind of problems and need a common solution. And I think things like the 28th regime and so forth are good starts to really start doing this. And I think we would be wise to also let our voice heard in those kind of conversations, because I think the story that we have to tell and the problems that we can solve with neurotechnology and that have all been shared already are significant and are important.
Thank you so much. Federica?
Well, I slightly disagree, which is not the right time because we have to close. But I would like to say
we can continue, no problem.
I just would like to say that yes, I see it on a daily basis that my company go first for FDA, then for CE mark every single day. But the problem is not the regulation per se. The problem is the knowledge that they have about the regulation. So at the FDA, you go there, you have one contact point, the person is an expert, he knows what you're doing, you can set up, and up it's done. With us, we said it before, you go with your breakthrough technology to the notified body, sometimes they don't even know how to treat it. So what we are trying to work on is we need to better explain how the regulation works, involve the project from the very beginning. So what I do with my very low TRL project, from day one, I say, and now we start the dialogue. And now we go to EMA, because nobody knows that EMA are scientific representatives which are there to help you with your breakthrough technology to indicate the path, the clinical roadmap. So the problem is the innovator, they come too late because they simply don't know where to go. Because you don't want to have an implant in your head which is certified in a country which is not safe. So I think we need to be careful about that, but it is completely true what you are saying. So it's just, I think we should find an in between thing among that. And the other point was about the full funding and how we spread that. Again, I think that there are many barriers, which at least if I talk from the EESC perspective that is looking at non-incremental research, which are still very important. You mentioned it earlier, like manufacturing, scalability of this. How many projects do I have? They say, we don't find the people who can develop that. So that's a big issue. This has nothing to do with rocket science. It's manufacturability. How can you scale up that? And that's very important. And I close here.
Yes, thank you so much. I would love to continue the discussion because now it's really it's gaining real momentum. But I hope that the breakthrough designation pilot, which you mentioned earlier, will make a difference, and I hope that the pilot will translate into a rule of the land, because that's really what is needed. I hope that you can get this intrinsics off the ground as quickly as possible. I hope it's not an ERIC, because that will take years. So I hope you will find a better solution legally and practically. Let's brainstorm together about that. I would add things like the low-scale manufacturing capability to what is envisaged here, and so on and so forth. So, in other words, I hear the sounds of a moonshot being born, but maybe it's just me. I hope it's not. And with that in mind, a big thanks to Federica, Laura, and Mark for a fascinating discussion. And I hand back to Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel, and thank you to our speakers. A very interesting discussion indeed. So we are running behind time. We were due for a coffee break 15 minutes ago. I'm keen to give you a very short break, though, because it's been a lot of information. So please, we're going to start the next panel at 3:55 promptly. So if you want to grab a coffee, stretch your legs. But we have a hard stop at the end of this event, which is why we need to be as much on time as possible. Thank you.
They come and they throw us out. If your business meeting, they will let you. Let's see. What you see is outside, and they advise to keep it more. Because the main problem normally is the translation, but today we have no translation, so because the interpreters are on the minute. Exactly. Because they are well organized by presidents. Yes, of course.
Hello, very nice to meet you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Virginia. Very good.
I think we've crossed paths before. I used to work very closely with Lieve van Winsel in STOA.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Lieve was very efficient.
Yes, she was my sort of mentor. I worked with her
I
for
can
several
imagine.
years.
Yeah. No, I think that STOA is doing a wonderful job. So, and also the EPRS, I think the scientific components are so crucial.
Yeah. It was a fantastic place. I loved my time there. No. So thank you very much. I'm really glad that you're interested in this space. And Lieve had mentioned actually that you might be. So
Yes, because I'm writing now a report on humanoid robots. And the brain of humanoid robots is in the focus of the debate. More than the limbs.
This was interesting. Okay then.
Yes, so I'm very interested in merging the world. So from the mechanical
strategy to the ideological thinking and to how to combine the efforts in this area.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's very much
And it's pretty quick moving, so it's unbelievable.
Yeah, at the moment the ink is still wet on
Yes.
your paper. It's already
It's changing.
It's already changed.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah, we have a couple of papers about that, and we have a newsletter. So actually, I don't know if you saw the newsletter we launched, where we're specifically trying to track the developments of the field every 3 months and trying to give an update on what's happening, with exactly that goal in mind. It's ambitious, but
Yes, and the new benchmarks, you get daily benchmarks on how different things are evolving.
yes.
In former times, a yearly report and interesting.
But now
It's gone.
No, we were saying when we met last week, like
Yeah.
having an answer to a letter in 2 weeks would be a miracle. So no, we need an instant reply, instant information.
Exactly. Wow. And
Yes.
how do you possibly regulate it?
No, but with the emergence of internet came the speed of information. No, it's
the
now-
acceleration.
It's the instant component of
The
it.
compression and acceleration of information. We talked about that in our global trends report with SPAS in the last one. That was a big one.
Yeah. And of course, we also have to see the global development. We are not the center of the world. So the developments outside of European Union are more dramatically than inside. Inside we are quite good, but if you see what's going on outside in China,
Yes.
yes, they're spending two-digit billions for infrastructure.
So what was the point about China that they made of Neurotech together with quantum and AI?
Strategic priority technology areas. So China has an explicit strategy that they've announced for 2030 to lead the brain and computer interfaces industry by 2030, and they've placed it on par with AI and quantum as one of 3 strategic areas.
Of course, they need it for the robots.
Exactly.
It's a base for building a new efficient army, together with the drones, and the whole development now is driven by military.
Exactly. And in their strategy, they explicitly don't differentiate between medical, consumer, and military. The 3 are joined together.
Of course, it's one knowledge. It's
exactly.
dual use.
Exactly, it's all dual use. It's all transferable. So yeah, it's interesting times. That was one of the many prompts for why we're like, okay, maybe the EU needs to start thinking about this. How we're going to.
I think I might have to
thousands of years that you no longer have like the army with statues in clay, but you have the army of robots, the empires.
We have
it.
The Clone Wars.
We have it now.
They're coming.
Yes, we have. I've now seen the Chinese. They have a lot of companies developed. And the robots now can jump 2 meter high, make a salto, and wear 80 kilogram on weapons. 80 kilograms. So, and they build 1,000 in one row. And they take away.
It is. I know that's why.
Driven by drones.
It is.
Which gives them the information where is.
I know that's why I was like, we
others,
need a break. Though.
So friendly fire, is it possible or not?
We debated skipping it
So
also.
the military strategy is huge.
No, but we were already discussing with the use of AI in the battlefield.
The base of everything.
There were copies outside. They've gone now. Yeah. I brought 30. Phoebe told me to bring 15. I was like, no, I brought 40.
But we can't run robotics.
Yeah. Well.
Food is the energy.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm in kind of hyper-focus mode, so I'm just. Some really interesting threads on
Hi, Basilis, can you hear me? Okay. Sorry, I just quickly wanted to check if the sound is working, but we can hear you as well. I hope the video will work as well then. Oh yeah, we can see you. Great, thank you. Sorry, just a quick check before we move on after. Thank you.
We're starting in a bit.
All right, everyone, we're going to gently, slowly start again. I see people coming back in, which is excellent. All right, everyone, we're going to make a start. I ask you to please take your seats. We are on a schedule. And we have some more excellent speakers we'd love to give some time to. Yeah, go ahead. Ouais, je vais essayer de faire. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope that you had a quick but refreshing coffee break. And fear not, we will be having a little reception after this event as well, where you'll get plenty of time to chat But, all right, let's dive in. So our second panel discussion of our three pillars of our strategy. I mean, clearly it comes up and again, and it's clearly tied to the previous panel, but we want to take a deeper dive looking at the regulatory framework and specifically trying to create a clearer and cohesive regulatory framework when it comes to neurotechnology. And I think what we've seen so far is that there's clearly, we're facing a bit of a conundrum in Europe. We have excellent regulation. We have lots of it. And yet at the same time, neurotechnology somehow seems to cross several different domains at once. It seems to fill strange gaps and strange things, and it's also evolving so quickly that we just don't know yet how our regulations might apply to it and if they will be sufficient. And so that creates some very unique challenges when it comes to governing this field. So how do we ensure that our regulations, the ones that we have, the ones that we might amend or create, are coherent, that they're proportionate, that they're future-proof, and that we have the right safeguards in place to protect the specific considerations of neurotechnology? That's what we'd like to explore in this panel. We have an excellent group of speakers here again. So joining us online, I hope he's online with us, Dr. Vasilis Chevelekos. There you are. Hello, Vasilis. He is a lawyer and senior academic specializing in public international law and international human rights law. He serves as a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council Advisory Committee, where he formerly served as vice chair and is currently rapporteur on the committee's work on neurotech and human rights. Thank you very much, Dr. Chevelekos, for joining us. We also have on the panel Dr. Elizabeth Steindl, a legal scholar specializing in digitalization, innovation, and technology governance. She is affiliated with the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute for Digital Health and Patient Safety in Vienna, and also a visiting scholar at Leiden University. And crucially, she is the author of this book, A Datafied Mind, which examines how EU law engages with emotion technology and neurotechnology. So she's literally written a book about this. And finally, we have Dr. Ricardo Chavarriaga, who works at the intersection of neurotechnology, artificial intelligence, and responsible innovation. He's a senior researcher at the Zurich University of Applied Sciences, and where he leads work on responsible AI innovation and has been closely involved in the European Brain Council's Charter for the Responsible Development of Neurotechnologies. So I think we have an excellent basis group here to discuss these questions with us today. So I'd like to start with you online, Vasilis. So I'd like you to help us set the scene from a human rights perspective. This is obviously foundational, to all of our other governance frameworks, is the question of what rights stand to be impacted through the development of neurotechnology, both positively and negatively. And you're in a good position because you were recently involved in the work of the UNHRC's advisory committee. So I'd love it if you could tell us from a big picture, what are the main impacts, opportunities, and challenges that neurotech poses for the protection and promotion of human rights?
Thank you so much, Virginia. And I'm really sorry I cannot be with you in person today, but still I appreciate the opportunity to participate online. Thank you very much for this question. Indeed, in the previous report of the UN Human Rights Council Advisory Committee, we are doing this sort of mapping exercise. What underpins this work is the idea that neurotechnology is fundamentally different from other types of technologies. Most importantly, because it allows access to and potentially interference with the human mind. This being the starting point, what we did in the advisory committee was this sort of mapping exercise, identifying the rights that may be affected, both positively, which again raises questions from the perspective of what the state ought to do, and negatively, but also which are the social groups that are mostly affected. And the rights that are at stake here are freedom of thought, which is not a very famous human right among human rights lawyers. It is an old right that has been almost abandoned for many decades, and now it is acquiring a new life. So we are all very interested in observing how neurotechnology will be affecting the freedom of thought, and what sort of new questions it will raise, and what effects freedom of thought would be asked as a right to develop in this respect. Then you have right to privacy, which has already been mentioned and discussed today with regard to neurodata in particular. This concept of, you can call it personal, you can call it bodily, you can call it mental integrity, which is in some legal systems also associated with the prohibition of ill treatment, particularly torture, which is an absolute right that can never be limited under any circumstances. And then you have, on the other hand, the right to health. And I would put the right to health on the other side of the table, the reason being that it is not only a right which is challenged by neurotechnology, but it is also a right that can be protected by the means of neurotechnology. And in this respect, what states ought to do differs, because when there is a risk for human rights violation, states need to prevent this, and regulation can be a means to that end. On the other hand, when rights, such as the right to health, can be fulfilled by means of neurotechnology, states must be in a position to provide this, and so the approach is different. Then, to move on with the marking exercise, we identified different social groups that would be mostly affected, including persons with disabilities, both because they would benefit from assisted neurotechnology, but also because they are at risk for, they are exposed to experimentation and so on. Then other social groups are children, elderly people, all these three groups being vulnerable, but also more broadly individuals in situations of power imbalance. And in this respect, one can identify workers, so employment, criminal justice, including prison environment, or in the military and security domains. These type of people face heightened risks of coercive or non-consensual uses of neurotechnology. And a final point, if I can make, another question, not so much tied specifically with human rights or not with another type of human rights, is this idea of human augmentation, enhancement. And again, this goes back to something that has been discussed today. What is the difference between medical and non-medical uses of neurotechnology in the wellness sector, etc.? And this is an area where the advisory committee called for, caution, invoking the precautionary principle. The idea being that priority should be given to medical and therapeutic uses, and not to other uses, considering also that we don't know, we cannot really make a risk assessment as to what the impact will be on human rights. And I hope this answers the question.
That's really excellent. Thank you very much, Vasilis. So indeed, there's a lot of different things that are at stake, but now you're currently working on a new project with the advisory committee on guidelines for regulating neurotechnology in line with human rights. So hopefully trying to give us some clarity on how to enact the right kinds of protections. And I was wondering, this is ongoing work, of course, but is there anything that you can share with us thus far about what that might mean in practice, especially for the European Union? You already mentioned that that's obviously up to the different governing bodies, but what can you share with us so far about your work?
Again, thank you so much. Allow me please to divide my answer then in two parts. The first could be specifically in the advisory committee and what we are currently doing, and the second part could be what this means for the European Union or other institutions domestically or internationally that are working on regulation. Starting with what the advisory committee is doing, just let me again reiterate that this is work in progress and that this is collective work, which unfortunately is hampered by the liquidity crisis in the UN, making it not so easy for us to meet. But in spite of that, we have been, the task that has been assigned to us is to create these guiding principles. And here I can make 2 points. The first one is we are working on the right balance that should be maintained between seeing neurotechnology as an opportunity and on the one hand, and on the other hand, as a challenge to human rights. And starting with the opportunity, indeed, neurotechnology, and this is again something that has been discussed, particularly in the medical field, comes with great potential and can make human life much better. So this is something that we need to remind of ourselves, because as human rights lawyers, we tend to be suspicious when a new technology arises. The first thing that comes to mind is how it will challenge, how it will interfere with human rights in a negative manner. But there is also a positive side in neurotechnology, and this can translate into human rights obligations for states, because they will need to provide neurotechnology, and they will need to make it accessible in a non-discriminatory manner. And of course, this has serious implications, because neurotechnology costs money. This means that this falls into what we call positive human rights obligations. When such a positive human rights obligation will exist, what will be the economic cost? Who is the right authority within a domestic legal system, including the EU, to decide and to set standards, and so on and so forth. This is one dimension. The second point I would like to make is that the way we understand the task that we have is that we are not here to regulate, and we cannot really do this. What we're here is to do, what we have been asked to do, is to identify the guiding principles. So we are inevitably operating at a more abstract level without, in a sense, micro-managing. This is the job of the regulator, who will be asked to set the specific standards. And human rights are designed to be abstract, and this is an advantage for human rights, because without amending the rules, they can apply to new situations like neurotechnology. So the idea is how we can take these abstract rules and orient them so that they cover a new technology such as neurotechnology. On the other hand, we cannot get, as I already said, into the micro level. I can give you a few examples. You mentioned neural data or neural data earlier. We may say that these need to be protected, and that this is indeed a positive human rights obligation of the state, meaning that, or the EU, meaning that if they don't do this, they fail, they violate their human rights commitments. But how it is done, this is a different question. And then the regulation can span from one extreme, which can be non-commodification, to the other extreme, which is something very light. And in this respect, authorities enjoy discretion, which is a very important element to highlight. Another example is, again, how we distinguish between medical and non-medical uses of neurotechnology. Again, this is something that goes to the regulator. This concerns what we do. Three very brief points concerning the European Union. First of all, and here I'm expressing a personal view, I think that the EU has a great responsibility in regulating neurotechnology, and this is so for two reasons. First of all, many companies are based in the European Union, which means this is the home state, and this comes again with a duty to regulate. And second, because the EU is a major economic actor, and even if you have antique companies that are not based in the European Union, this is very often the case, they will abide with the standards set by a big market like the European Union, or with stricter standards, because they don't have the ability to adjust their standards to each particular market. So when you have a big market, if this has strict standards, they will comply with this, meaning that the EU has the potential to produce what we call in human rights law extraterritorial effects. It can be a global regulator, and this means that it has enhanced responsibility, at least from my perspective. Then, and this is the second point, the EU will not be the only legal system that will be regulating neurotechnology. This will be done at different levels within different states, and at the moment in the world we have almost 200 such states. we will need some time to see this regulation and then to be in a position, by means of comparative analysis, to distill if there can be a consensus or a common denominator. But this will take some time. And the third point that I would like to make, and this concerns against the European Union, is that neurotechnology is a new phenomenon. Inevitably, we are to some extent speculating as to what the impact of neurotechnology will be. We can, of course, make a reasonable assessment, a risk assessment, and say, well, it will affect freedom of thought or privacy, but still there are points that we will miss inevitably because we don't know how this technology will develop, how it will be used, and how it will be misused in the future, which means, and this brings me to the last point, that it is important that there is regular impact assessment even after regulation has been enacted and the market has started using neurotechnology. So I would like to finish with this point, but I'm very happy to answer any questions that may follow.
Thank you very much, Vasilis. That's really, really interesting. And indeed, I'm hoping we will have time for questions at the end, hopefully. And I'll just remind speakers we're on a tight schedule. So I know it's fascinating, but let's keep it short. Thank you so much for setting the scene there. I think that really clearly shows that the EU, indeed, as you said, has a duty to regulate. But at the same time, we're facing this very difficult situation of taking very abstract notions, both at the human rights level and also at the technological level, and trying to turn that into something concrete and legislative, right? So that is, in the situation where we already have a lot of legislation out there, it's basically trying to see water going through sand. That's the way I sometimes see it. So we'll turn to our next two speakers. And first, Elizabeth, you've explored this in depth, including... Sorry, no worries. Including in your book and through some of your work, and you've looked at these EU regulations in a lot of depth, and you've even done scenario analysis as well, looking at how different technologies might fit into these. So I'd love to turn to you on two questions. First, the elephant in the room, the data question. Of course, we cannot ignore it. So it's already been mentioned several times that GDPR seems to be the biggest debating point. Some people are calling for explicit protections of neural or brain data in the GDPR. Others say that we have other tools that are better suited. So in your book, you do agree with the need for an amendment to GDPR, but you argue for calling it a broader category, and you call it mind data. And so I was wondering if you could explain the rationale for that broader approach to data protection and what you think it would make a difference in practice.
Thank you for the invitation and also for the question. I know it's the elephant in the room. I try to answer it as quickly as possible. I do believe we have a good momentum here to talk about the amendment of the GDPR against the background of the digital omnibus, and on top or in parallel to that, the discussion, the attention that we have gained with neurotechnology and the regulation of neurotechnology. However, I'd like to build on what we heard in one of the previous panels, response of the Commission. You can't always amend the GDPR when you invent a new technology, which I agree with, because the GDPR as such is a general law and it's technology neutral, right? And most importantly, the GDPR is not about a technology or technology, it's about the information that requires protection. And this is where I'd like to delve in, because I do believe we do have a legal gap, but we need to be carefully capturing this actual legal gap, which is based on the information that requires protection. And we do have a legal gap if we look at these inferences, not about the inferences or the information about our body, but the inferences about our mind, like our emotions, like our thoughts, our intentions, for example. Those are not well protected, and you can make the case that they make us very vulnerable to manipulation and puts us also at risk for a violation of our fundamental rights and freedoms. But if we look at this kind of information, the inferences from our mind, about our mind, we also have to admit that they are not exclusive to neurotechnology. There are other technologies which are well equipped to infer our mind, our thoughts, our emotions, such as, for example, biometric technologies, but it's not restricted neither to biometric or neurotechnologies. Just think of, I see someone using their cell phone. If someone knows how you use your cell phone, what apps you have installed, how you use them, how often you use them, who you're calling, who you're texting, how long you're texting, where you're using your cell phone, that is nothing to do with neurotechnology, and that is nothing to do with biometric data, but it gives you a very, very good understanding of the thought process and of the emotions of that person, if you want to infer this information from the data. And in addition to that, just think of LLMs, generative AI, in particular, AI companions. They are text-based, right? They use natural language processing, natural language understanding, but they are excellent in inferring our intentions, our thoughts, our emotions. So I wonder, why should your emotions be granted higher protection because they are processed through neurotechnology, but the very same emotion, my anger, my anxiety, is not worth protecting if it is processed through a text-based technology, for example, or behavioral cues that are not biometric-based, which is my argument. Yes, that information requires heightened protection, enhanced protection. We need to have a much broader, a much more comprehensive approach to protect this kind of information. And we can do that. We can do that also through the GDPR, but not if we associate it with one specific technology, being neurotechnology, or with just restricting it to biometric technology. It's, of course, challenging to craft a definition that is that broad when it comes to the resources, but that narrow when it comes to what kind of data you actually want to protect, because what you don't want is that the definition is so broad that basically all data in the world is becoming mind data. But I argue in the book that you can do that. And for those who want to know more about it, you find the detailed legal analysis there.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Yeah, indeed. I mean, we're treading a very fine line, I think, here. That's the thing. And this is obviously, it's challenging to define, and it's challenging to define if it's unique and if it's not. And those are all scientific, legal, technical questions that we need to, that I think we're just starting. Well, no, people have already been thinking about for a long time, but now we need to be thinking about even more. So I'd like to, while I have you, I'd like to turn to a second issue, which is one that at CFG we've looked at very closely, which is the regulatory gray area between medical and consumer devices. As we've discussed several times, there's this risk that consumer devices might be mistakenly considered medical by certain users, or that there are devices that have the potential for medical benefit that are slipping out of actually contributing meaningfully to healthcare. So there's a myriad of risks here, and again, I'll plug the paper that we've been writing, which is out now, so Neurotech Between Wellness and Medicine on this. And as part of that, at CFG, we posit the suggestion that perhaps it's time that we have a new framework specifically for this wellness sector, given it's emerging so rapidly, not necessarily to regulate it as a medical device, but that it's not fully consumer either. And we have a number of recommendations in there, including one of designating a specific legal category, as well as others, tailored frameworks, etc. So I'd love to hear from you, because you've looked at the same questions. Do you think that our existing laws are sufficient and that they can be tweaked enough to capture this convergence between wellness and medicine, or do you think that we need new frameworks, new laws, etc.?
Perhaps let me answer by by distinguishing two different aspects. On the one hand, I think we have to congratulate and recognize that our legislator, in parts, has already done their homework. If we look at Annex 16 of the Medical Devices Regulation, therein consumer BCIs are already included, and that is a huge difference, because that gray zone that you describe here, we share that with all the most important jurisdictions that pop into my mind, at least, US, Australia, Canada, they all have the same issue. In contrast to them, the EU has already done something about parts of these BCIs, those that are non-invasive, meaning non-implanted, but stimulating. They are integrated, incorporated into the medical devices regulation through the amendment, the last amendment. And that is, I think, a solution, an approach that we should promote more distinctly, because I think this is something where others can take inspiration from it. So usually you can't copy-paste legislations from one jurisdiction to another, but I think the approach is actually something we should promote more distinctly. On the other hand, the remaining ones, there are remaining ones, of course. There again, perhaps it's useful to look around what other jurisdictions which share the exact same problem are doing. So if we're looking currently at the FDA, it seems, according to latest guidance, that they're releasing most of these wellness devices, general wellness devices, into the consumer market. So I'm just stating that, observing that, right? At the same time, we see in the UK, MHRA, that they seem to go the opposing way by integrating even more devices into their medical legislation, not only looking at the intended medical purpose, but also by, and that's not a new category, but a new concept, by the so-called inferred medical purpose, right? As for us in the EU, we have currently the proposal for an amendment of the medical devices regulation, in particular also that famous Rule 11. Talking to colleagues, to legal scholars in the field, nobody is entirely happy with the wording of the new or proposed Rule 11 as it is, because not even in the legal scholarship we can find a consensus if that means actually that more or less devices are going to be in risk class 2A or risk class 1. Which means perhaps we should keep looking around what others are doing, again, just to take inspiration, not to copy-paste. One way that I've been exploring in previous research is also Australia. Australia has exempted specific digital mental health devices from their medical device regulation, framing a so-called conditioned exemption. That is perhaps something that we could do also in the EU, especially if I had the privilege only a few weeks ago to moderate knowledge community on digital mental health regulation on behalf of WHO Europe. One of the findings was there that participants found that especially mental health technology is often regulated just as if it was any physical digital health tool. But the thresholds in mental health are very different. Often mental health devices are more subjective. The thresholds, it's easier to measure heart rates or blood sugar, for example, than often case in mental health devices. So again, there the finding was perhaps we need a tool that is framed specifically for the mental health sector. When it comes to what we can do in the EU, labeling is of course one thing that we can do. I am skeptical that we can force all the devices out there into being labeled. I'd rather go down the line of promoting incentives. Again, here we can look at other jurisdictions. How do they incentivize the uptake of certification or labeling? In Canada, for example, they've introduced national libraries, for example, where these, and to get into these libraries, you have to be labeled, you have to be certified. Or, of course, through access to funding only if you're labeled, if you're certified. So there are different ways, and I'm just outlining what other jurisdictions are doing in that space to give us inspiration, again, not to copy-paste what others do, because we have to tailor it for our context. But it would also be stupid to not look around what others are already trying to do.
Excellent. Wow, you've covered a lot of ground. Thank you very much. And I think on that point on labeling, I'll make a callback to the EBC's work, of course, on a seal of excellence for the European Charter, which sounds like it could be an excellent initiative in that direction. So very excited to see where that's going to go. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for that. I'd like to turn to Ricardo. And before I do, just a reminder that I will aim to take a couple questions at the end. So stick with us for that if you have some bubbling. So, Ricardo, I'd like for you to take a look at the third key dimension when it comes to neurotechnologies, which is, of course, artificial intelligence. And, you know, we've talked about GDPR, MDR, et cetera, but, of course, the AI Act, as well as others potentially, are also critical here, and I think Hervé said potentially even more critical than the others. So from your perspective, what do those current regulations do well when it comes to neurotech? And do you see gaps? Do you see problems with the safeguards, et cetera, in our current system?
Thank you very much. And so I think it's a lot to uncover on this point, but it's an extension of what has been mentioned several times before, this convergence of multiple technologies. The provocateur in me always says that there is no such thing as neurotechnologies, but it's more the convergence of multiple emerging technologies, which means that for many of the elements that build a neurotechnology system, we don't have the rules completely written, and we are learning as we speak. So if I look at some of the existing elements and instruments for governance that exist that relate to neurotechnologies, the first thing that we realize is there are too many, and if it seems complex for legal scholars, imagine how does it look like for a founder that has never, during their formative years, heard the term regulatory roadmap, which is the reality of most of the founders today. So one of the first things that I say the AI Act and others have not done very well is to make the ecosystem well integrated, to know what it is, how we can work with it, and how can this be put in practice. With the AI Act, we are still in a process of translating what has been written into something more operational. So how good or bad it will be, as an engineer, I cannot judge based on what has been written, but how it's going to be put in practice. So the existing and ongoing process of defining the standards, of establishing the criteria for the notified bodies is what is going to determine what is the actual impact and how this may relate in a good or bad way to neurotechnologies. Some examples, how are we going to interpret things such as manipulation, social scoring, and the information that can be inferred from multiple data sources, including direct or indirect measurements of the brain. So the jury is still out on that. I don't want to be entirely negative. There are things that I consider are good examples of what can be adopted for neurotechnology. For instance, the risk-based approach. So having a category of risk that determines the type of requirements that a given application should comply with in order to enter the market can be an approach to move away to these crisp labels such as medical and non-medical devices to identify what are the right levels of oversight that a given system needs. I don't think that we should put all consumer-oriented neurotechnology as a given category of a medical system, but certainly some of them are. And we should, rather than use a given label, you look at the risks that they may entail as our current knowledge tells us to determine whether a given set of requirements may apply. So that's something that I would take, and I think that can be applied to specific instruments to neurotechnology. One of the things that I consider new instruments that are explicitly focusing on neurotechnology, being technology-oriented and not application-specific, is to first of all be aware of what are the existing mechanisms that already address that, and rather trying to go there to redefine what sensitive data might be, what the protections should be, instead of creating parallel tracks of governance that only feed into the confusion, the perceived or real regulatory burden that innovators have. And earlier today we talked about the duty of regulate neurotechnology. I would prefer to talk about the duty of responsibly scale neurotechnology. Because if we believe that these technologies can bring a benefit into society and we emphasize the regulation, we may go into some of the things that I consider were not fully addressed when developing the AI Act, was to look at how the innovation ecosystem in Europe is actually built. And so there are certain parts of the AI Act that sometimes reads as if every neurotechnology or every AI company was part of the GAFAMs, and doesn't really look into an ecosystem that is way more diverse than that, with a large number of startups and SMEs with different models. Some of them are working on B2C or B2B. We saw it earlier, this difference between neurotechnology companies in the US and Europe, and we should be aware of these characteristics of the ecosystem when we design what the proper regulatory instrument should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, that's really, really fascinating. And indeed, I think for me, the guidance for founders part is a call that seems to be coming up again and again and again today. And it's one that we've heard as well in many of our interactions. And I really love your point about the duty to responsibly scale. It's a slight shift in framing, but it makes, I think, a big difference. We're short on time, but I'd love to end with like kind of a call to action, calling back to the European Brain Council's charter, which you have been closely involved in, which in a sense does give this kind of framework to founders to navigate this space. And so we've heard about it already, about how soft law and hard law interplay, but maybe in this context you can just briefly tell us how do you see this charter as perhaps a guiding tool to help companies with regulation, or perhaps for regulators themselves in addressing this space? Very briefly, preferably.
Yes. So the main goal for us to develop a soft law instrument was to provide a certain guidance, certain beacon on how more specific and precise regulation or action can be established. So the advantages of the soft law is that it can address multiple stakeholders at the same time, so regulators, innovators, educators, on setting principles. This is something that we saw in the OECD recommendation, we saw that in the charter, and gives, at the very least, a checklist of things that must be considered when we develop this type of technologies. For some of them, we are better off, and there are existing tools that can be put in place, and thus they create a framework to educate, to point out to these existing tools that organizations and regulators can today use. And when they don't exist, it makes clear where the gaps exist and allows us not to waste energy reinventing the wheel, but really addressing what needs to be addressed for enabling one of the most transformative technologies that we have today.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to all three of our speakers. That's been information-packed, and I'm sure you all have questions. I would like to just maybe give the floor to just one or two questions, if possible, because we have time constraints. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Didier Carmel from the HEALS, Healthy Life Extension Society. So maybe first one comment about, so I'm a lawyer, and I'm always fascinated by how many laws we have in all domains, you know. So soft law, hard law, okay. And at the end of the day, you can cherry pick and choose what you are applying. And okay, so that's kind of a general comment. And of course, also at the end of the day, nobody, or at least no normal citizen knows how are those laws working. But my main question is about this discussion in general. I heard almost nothing, almost nothing about neurodegenerative diseases, about aging, and about especially Alzheimer's disease. And this is really, I mean, the most important thing concerning all neurological progress that can be made. So, yeah, you don't have especially proposals concerning this, or did I miss something? And maybe also I heard nothing about well, nothing, not much about, let's say, proactive, positive obligations like obligation to share knowledge, like obligation to use what is proven useful for people having neurological diseases. Yeah, that's my questions and my comments.
Thank you for that. I will ask the speakers if they want to react. Maybe just 2 quick points in response. On your second point, I think we'll be talking about that in the next panel, hopefully. On the point about neurodegenerative disease, I feel like that's more perhaps for the previous group where we were talking more about frameworks for enabling specific kinds of innovation. I think, maybe that also points to a broader challenge with regulation, is that a lot of the time what we're trying to regulate are very broad concepts around how these technologies interact, not necessarily to do with the specific use case, which actually is a challenge in and of itself. Maybe, Ricardo, you want to...
Yes, so maybe here in the discussion we didn't have the time to enter into the specific categories of applications as well as the different technologies that can be used. So neurotechnology is an umbrella term for multiple types of systems that can be deployed. In the charter, for instance, we did look at how different target groups for these neurotechnologies need to be considered. This includes people with neurodegenerative diseases, people with different vulnerability, aging brain, and in particular, aging is also something that is discussed very heavily in topics such as cognitive enhancement. Because how can we address age-related cognitive decline, either by neurodegenerative diseases or absence of disease? So there is this, indeed, very intense and active discussion on how these neurotechnologies can be used in these cases. But if for the sake of time, we couldn't really go into the specific verticals.
Absolutely. And I'll take one more question. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the discussion. We talked about neurotech ecosystem and different stakeholders, how to be inclusive. One group that I haven't heard about is the military research that happens behind a firewall. And if we are not taking that into consideration, are we arriving at a full picture of what's happening with the neurotech space, as well as converging technologies? Thank you.
Once again, an excellent question. You're absolutely right. We have not touched on yet. I think perhaps we will be touching on it soon. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say that at CFG, it is a question that we have been looking at. Not yet. We haven't published on it yet, but we very much hope to soon. Any other speakers want to comment on that?
Yeah, maybe I would comment that there is indeed also discussions on how these technologies are developed and how can be responsible development in the military sector. Both Virginia and myself were last year at UNIDIR in a forum on that topic. The military sector is one of these sectors that has promoted the development of these technologies quite intensively. And as with many other technologies, there has been a transfer of investments from the military into technologies that later became either clinical or consumer products. Something that is very particular to mention in this case that we haven't discussed, but is probably food for thought, is that interestingly, now the technology use of neurotechnology or AI right now in the military domain is heavily driven by interactions between the military actors and the private actors. So we are more and more in a framework where we have partnerships with private actors. So there will be certain elements of the regulation that can influence how these technologies are being developed if we decided to do so. And here we can, for instance, point out how the AI Act, the EU AI Act, doesn't necessarily apply for national security and what the implications can be, whether this is something that we want or not for the neurotechnology specific governance instruments.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Elizabeth.
Perhaps if I may. From a legal point of view, I think it's noteworthy to comment that many of the military applications are exempted, or the military as such often is exempted from the laws, most remarkably from the AI Act itself. And I hear from the military sector itself raising concern that actually they are not within any of these scopes, and that development there is continuing without any guardrails, seeable guardrails that you can follow and notice. Yeah.
All right, so just as we're starting to get a clearer picture, it becomes more complicated again. All right, brilliant. Well, that's a great note to end on, so thank you very, very much to our speakers. Thank you also for the questions. Again, keeping to time, I'm going to hand straight over to Fred for our third and final panel, and I won't even try and summarize, so Fred, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Virginia, and I'd like to call on stage our speakers for the last panel. Orla Galvin, who is a board member at EBC and executive director at the European Federation for Neurological Associations. Jean Dratois, who is policy lead for science and policy at the European Commission. And we have online Alice Accorini. Alice is the lead and co-chair of the task force on artificial intelligence in clinical neurology at the European Academy of Neurology. So welcome to you all. We are now having this panel on public awareness and stakeholder engagement. So I'll actually like to ask, and maybe starting with you, Orla, what it means for patient organizations and why stakeholder engagement in neurotech actually matter.
Thank you very much for the invitation to be here, of course, as EBC board member, but also as Executive Director of EFNA, the European Federation of Neurological Associations. I think the quickest and easiest way that I could answer how important it is to have multi-stakeholder approach, including patient organisation, is to reflect on, I can't see her, Federica's slide in order to get to the CE mark. At the very beginning, she had engagement with patients, and towards the end, patient organisation reps. But actually, within that, she also mentioned EMA, HTA, and you may or may not know this, but we, EFNA, European Patient Organisation, sit on two structural entities within the European Medicines Agency, one being the Patient and Consumer Working Party, of course, and then we also play a vital role within the European Commission's HTA multi-stakeholder working group. So when it comes to stakeholder engagement, please do not think that you can dismiss or neglect patient insight. When it comes to research and development, we often see a more strategic approach, an expedition of development when the patient community is included. I would like very much to thank Pavel, again, I'm losing people in the room, for referring to the benefits that we can see around improvements in ophthalmology, and then again also in stroke. And also a person mentioned around the interaction with the military. Actually, when it comes to improvements in vision, when we hear about those brain chips that allow people to see, many years ago in research in ophthalmology, actually in the military side of things, soldiers who lost their vision due to blasts, yes, they couldn't identify his wife with curly hair, but he initially, with light dark, thought that she might have been a plant, but over time could train that light dark vision. As Pavel mentioned, you don't get vision restored the way we see each other now, but able to identify a person in that way. Similarly, taking on the recognition that, yes, when we talk about neurotechnology, it's not all here, it's from your head to your toe. Your nervous system moves everywhere throughout your body. Like that, the hearing loss of speech, loss of movement and coordination. And it is so important that example of stroke was shown and displayed. And finally, while we do reflect that a greater proportion of the population in the ageing side of things are considered around neurodegeneration, we had Dr. Samir Saberi telling us about neurological conditions in children, which is a huge market and population as well. I'll stop there.
Well, thank you. I mean, it was already a handful, and we can certainly come back to quite a few of those points. Alice, I'll probably turn to you for maybe your perspective from representative of a clinical society. but maybe to focus more about like potential mechanism of engagement and how to make it meaningful for the community you represent.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, can you hear me properly?
Yes. Perfect.
Perfect. So already, I wanted to thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry I could not join you the meeting before. I heard that many presentations were quite interesting. I could see that also from the title. So me, I work as a neurologist and I work in dementia. And I'm, as you mentioned, the representative of the European Academy of Neurology. And I think that, as Ola also mentioned, stakeholder engagement, multi-stakeholder engagement is also very important from our perspective. However, what we see, and we think that there is something that we can actually do to improve this engagement and to move it from a kind of general guiding principle to something that is structurally embedded across the entire life cycle of neurotechnologies. Because usually what we see is that patients and clinicians are engaged in the development of neurotechnologies as end users, so at the end of the development, and actually would be very important to have clinicians involved at the very beginning, so at the design of these neurotechnologies. And we've seen some examples, for example, for TMS, so transcranial magnetic stimulation, that is used very effectively in patients with depression, or as it was mentioned, is now taking new roles also for cognitive enhancement and maybe to prevent the development of cognitive impairment. So we see that when clinicians are actually involved and when patients as well are involved, in this multi-stakeholder engagement, we obtain amazing technologies that are able to revolutionize the way we do clinical practice, the way we treat patients, and the same. I can give you another example of the brain stimulation for Parkinson's disease that really revolutionized how we treat patients with Parkinson's disease. So I think that there are many points that need to be addressed, as I mentioned, to make this engagement structurally embedded across the entire life cycle of neurotechnology. And if you look at the later reports, as I mentioned, this is not still the case. It's still a guiding principle, but not structurally happening at the in the real world. And if you look at the WHO Europe report on AI in health systems that was published in November last year, we see that even if it's not specific to neurotechnologies, it highlights some challenges that are directly relevant given the shared reliance of neurotechnologies on AI models as well. So, and it shows this report that although many European countries are engaging stakeholders, this engagement is often limited to certain groups. So mainly government actors, providers and developers. And patients and clinicians and the broader public remain underrepresented. So one key priority is strengthening, as it was also said before, the European level coordination on stakeholder engagement, making it structurally important also at the European level. Also, it would be important to, as I mentioned, to have different stakeholders engaged through the entire life cycle of neurotechnologies. The second key dimensions that was also highlighted by the WHO Europe report is cross-country and cross-system engagement. So the report showed that approaches to governance, training and implementation remain quite variable across member states. As I mentioned, the report refers to AI, but many neurotechnologies also use AI tools. So to ensure that neurotechnologies are usable and equitable across Europe, we need to actively integrate the different perspectives from different countries, different healthcare systems and settings so that the tools are adaptable to real-world diversity and do not exacerbate the existing inequalities in access to healthcare and to neurotechnological tools, not only in the clinical field, but also in the general consumer market. And another critical enabler for me is education of the different stakeholders. So we need to make sure that the different stakeholders have an understanding of the tools that are used from the technical point of view, but also the regulations that are in place, so that they could, especially I speak from the clinical point of view, we can actually trust the regulations and make sure that from the technical point of view, we're using these technologies correctly and safely for the patients. And this creates also a sense of trust for the patients who are actually for them it's also clear why these technologies is used, what are the pitfalls, and they can also give consent to use these technologies in a way that is more informed than maybe what we're doing at the moment. And I think that if we have all these aspects in place, they generate something that is extremely valuable, I think, for policymakers, which is real world and practice-based evidence, which is the base actually for building trustable neurotechnologies and where all the different stakeholders are involved throughout the entire life cycle of neurotechnologies. I hope I replied to your question. It was a little bit long, sorry.
No, that's perfect. Thank you, Alice. I see that we start populating some sort of a mosaic with the different elements, and as you mentioned, now policymakers. We'll hear from Paul Rubik, member of the Economic and Social Committee, in a moment. But we have the privilege of having the Commission in the room, and Jim, you're very often regarded as the convener of solutions, or maybe like those who can make those kind of things happen. What do you make of the contribution from Ola, from Alice, and where can we possibly go next from your perspective?
Thank you so much, Frédéric, and for bringing me in, for making this happen. Dear friends, what a day. Whoa, such pace, so much food for thought. Such a pleasure to be with you today, and great conversation already. It's good that we consider the flurry of initiatives on the governance of neurotechnologies. We have discussed existing regulatory frameworks and emerging frameworks, a rich and fragmented landscape, and with Hervé, we started reflecting on, how by taking a sort of diachronic perspective, you can also see some elements of congruence there. But definitely the need for connecting the dots. And that being said, it's crucial to consider a set of underlying dichotomous framings, and both Alice and Yorl have alluded to this, and we've seen this through the afternoon. So really, those dichotomous framings, invasive versus non-invasive, medical versus non-medical, the mind-body problem, the mind-brain problem, brain subjectivity tension. Thanks, at the 11th hour, the civilian versus military tension, with the classic notion of dual use, which used to be a no-go and now is a go-to. Research versus application, therapeutic versus enhancement, augmentation, all those classic dichotomous framings, which maybe we used to rely on to develop our regulatory frameworks, are blurred, indeed challenged by a number of emerging technologies, but particularly by neurotechnologies. So we need to be agile and think how to complicate these dichotomous framings. And this leads to implications for justice, for a fair, equitable society, for the very definition of the human, for democracy as to technology. Who decides? Who decides about neurotech? How can citizens, society in the broadest sense, engage in the politics of technology so that the future of technologies and therefore of societies is not simply decided by the few? And this is where you could say the third panel, or the third pillar of the white paper comes in. This is also where the European Charter comes in. So really, how to bring together the different actors. It's not good enough to ask this or that EU institution. It's certainly not good enough to ask this or that corporate oligopoly to make those determinations for us. And indeed, what have we learned? What have we learned from our experiment with the governance of other emerging technologies? Look, for instance, at the governance, the ethics, the steering, the regulation of AI. And I don't say this in a dismissive sense of, it's a total failure, nor in the sense that it's great, everything's perfect, we did super well. We said within the first 100 days of my mandate, ethical, legal implications of AI, we delivered. I'm not saying that either. I'm saying we really need to have a nuanced understanding and reflect on, okay, what have we done well and less well, and what can we do better? And I have a few thoughts on this for neurotech, but time is tight, so I can come in with this in a second round.
Well, are we allowing Jim for a second round, or do you guys have questions? Are there any second round? Yeah? Okay, Jim. Apparently you're
Great. Thank you so much for, I'm glad it elicited your interest. So, okay, one thing, and I'm really drawing from, our thinking in the last years, but also really the conversation this afternoon. So, not less regulation. Let's avoid the trap of thinking that regulation is the problem and more laissez-faire is the solution. No. So that's not what we need to do. We shouldn't fall into the trap of choosing between regulation and investment, but rather we should be combining both. And we shouldn't fall into perhaps the worst trap of all, the trap of the Collingridge dilemma, the notion that it's always too early. Oh, but what is there to regulate? There's nothing yet. Or too late. Sorry, it's done. The toothpaste is out of the tube. We can't put it back in. So maybe, just maybe, we're having this conversation at the right time. And maybe this is the time to get our act together. So regulating in a more precautionary, experimental, responsive manner. And we've heard ideas around this earlier this afternoon. So not thinking that once we have a great piece of paper, this is it, champagne, and we can go to bed. No, it's a constant work. It's a constant struggle. That's fine. And just as we do need occasional champagne along the way, to keep us motivated, but not to think that we can rest on our laurels. And just as crucially, starting with, and not just starting with, continuing with a wide societal deliberation on where it is we want to go. So we need to make sure that all the people in this room are involved, and perhaps even a few who didn't make it today, which means to say, making sure that we have, there's a risk. We're talking about a certain number of actors that are particularly involved in this, and we can list a number of use cases and technological solutions that involve neurotech. But what about the others? The ones we think, it's not really their problem, it's not really their thing. How can we make sure that they're also part of this conversation? And we need to do this all along the policy life cycle and all along the tech life cycle. And I think by saying this, I am sort of recapping on points we've made. Just maybe 3 last points on this. So how can we both harness the benefits of neurotech? And many of you have said, what about neurodegenerative diseases? What about BCI? What about... Yes, so there's really definite benefits to be harnessed. And how can we avoid the dystopian corporate capture of our minds? And, okay, maybe I shouldn't say corporate capture. Capture can also be state capture. It can be, criminal organization capture. So let's be, open-minded about who captures our mind. An important greater attention to the distributional dimension. When we talk about risks and benefits, let's make sure that we don't just have very narrow columns there. The need for wide societal deliberation, as I mentioned. And then ultimately, okay, neurotech for good. But this is not the answer. This is the start of the question. What do we mean by the good? And how can we get together to deliberate on that?
Well, and I guess it's likely to be taken over by big corporates the moment it's getting out. Jim, simply wanted to pick up on one thing you said. Communities that are missing in the conversation or who have not been engaged so far into the conversation or here this afternoon, I'd like to ask you first, whom are you thinking of, or if you have examples? But my question would be, are they even aware of them needing to be part of the conversation? And how can we make sure that they feel engaged?
You're right. Thank you so much. This is really crucial, and it would be remiss of me to say that, I'm bringing the answers, that we have the answers in the room. I think, in a sense, this question is calling upon ourselves to recognize the limits of what we can do. It calls upon our very humility. We're passionate about this, and we have a list of, colleagues, organizations, patient groups, tech, like not just the big corporations, but also the SMEs. But who are the people who we're not thinking of? And how can we make sure that they too get a chance to engage?
Okay, thank you, Jim. If anyone feels like coming into this conversation, please raise your hand or give a shout. Otherwise, I'll simply carry on. But Ola, I wanted to get your perspective on what Jim brought and the reflection, the various points, potentially missing communities, but also the dichotomy between dichotomy itself and dystopy. So if you have any reflections on what Jim provided.
So I think there is that unknown balance of, yes, risk-benefit and what is good. I can speak on behalf of the neurology patient community that neurotech that improves quality of life is in many ways inherently good. And everything's always great until, well, there's a problem. And the idea of protecting our neurotech, our neuro AI, our neuro data comes into play in everyday life. So first of all, I can give you a baseline example that people living with a neurological condition under the age of 35 were surveyed about their ability to get a mortgage or insurance. 1/3 of those people, regardless of how well their neurological condition was managed or not, were denied insurance and the ability to have a mortgage simply because they had a diagnosis. The flip side of that is if you have a very well monitored case of a person living with epilepsy, if someone is without a seizure for 2 to 3 years, depending on the country that they're in, they might be able to have their driver's license, which opens up a world of possibility again. So while earlier conversations were these large, big pharma, how we can generate money and harness data and the frameworks that are needed to be there, the frameworks are essential to protect all of us. We are the people. We are ultimately going to be patients in some shape, way, or form. And I suppose my thought to that is, yes, neurotech is definitely good, but to Alice's point earlier, and to some of the earlier speakers, the neurotech charter, the policy frameworks, these are assets for good, provided everyone at the table is aware of them and knows how to use them and employ them at the best time and the best way. So I do think education, but education of all stakeholders and awareness, even maybe less severe as education, even awareness will make a massive step for good for people living with neurology, but for society as a whole.
Thank you, Ola. Alice, I saw you nodding and smiling even at times. Can I bring you in with your perspective?
Yeah, I completely agree with Ola on education and on considering actually that neurological patients and in general patients are quite an heterogeneous population. And me, as I mentioned before, I work with patients with dementia and cognitive impairment, and these are vulnerable patients. So the consequences of the use of neurotechnologies that being in the clinical setting or the access of neurotechnologies through the general consumer markets are quite different for people where consent could be more difficult to obtain, or where the informations that need to be provided in order for patients to use appropriately these technologies needs to be adapted. So there is this aspect that we need to take into account, and this is why I mentioned the importance of having patient representatives and clinicians sitting at these tables, because we know in our daily practice how how much we face this heterogeneity, all the data that we have to deal with, and also the uncertainty that we deal with. And this, as a result, as you can imagine, tells us that the safe and effective integration of neurotechnologies in neurology, but I can also give you examples in other related specialties, in psychiatry, neurosurgery, also in surgical specialties, is especially demanding because there is this heterogeneity and there is individualized care. So this requires domain-specific guidance from the people who are involved in this type of clinical practice or also outside from the clinical practice. And the involvement of these stakeholders is important from the early stage of the design of the neurotechnologies through the post-market use. The other aspect is what it is good, and I think is quite depending relative to culture. So what we accepted many years ago, if I think about neurological treatments for some forms of epilepsy, are maybe not accepted at the moment, or maybe we would be more open to use some technologies compared to previous populations, so previous years, previous historical moments. So this is relative, and this is something that, again, if we have all the different stakeholders, we can define together. So what is good for our culture, what is good for the population we serve, and that can be quite different things. It can be compassionate care for patients who have neurodegenerative conditions for which there is no treatment, and this compassionate care maybe is not adapted for somebody who has a less important involvement from the neurodegenerative side. So it's something that this is why it's important to have all these different complementary expertise and vision, so that we ensure that we go along together with the society and we don't develop technologies that are maybe from the technological point of view very interesting, but then maybe bring unintended negative consequences and do not really help us evolve towards the good that we will define together.
Thank you, Alice. We had a question about engagement of people with dementia in Alzheimer's disease. I don't know if that was responded, but I guess so. Do you feel your question of earlier, is it responded by the conversation, or would you like to push it further?
Let's say yes. So because there are other people also.
No, I mean, we have time, and that's why we're here for. So if it's not entirely, now is your moment.
I would be happy
So,
to take another question.
So maybe very short. It's kind of what is missing, in my opinion. It's kind of positive obligation, and also I think I didn't hear anything about the aspect of sharing data. Normally there are some obligations, but here I didn't hear anything about this.
Okay, but that was probably for the first panel. So you're signed up for a drink with the lady next to me. And Alice, you wanted to react?
No, I think it's more general question, not really
related
to, from what I understood.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Jim, I wanted to come back to you with this notion of heterogeneity, and you touched upon making regulation for everything or let's say applicable across the board and not being, let's say, cherry picking on the technologies or the particular cases that we are talking about. How do we enable that? And actually, I'd like to refer to what Elizabeth was also saying. How can we do that without calling everything a neural data or brain data?
Yes, that's a really important reflection to have together. So, there is a sort of path dependency to the way that we frame certain technologies in a certain way. We've addressed artificial intelligence. We thought it was impossible to do 5 years ago. Then we thought we had done it. And now there's a bit of a strange situation where there's half rollback, half, maybe we didn't cover the things we were meant to cover. And then neurotech is showing us that, there are vast, areas of AI that are, yet to challenge our thinking. So in a sense, looking at the history of the founding myth of the way the EU addresses emerging technologies. You have the GDPR, which was considered a success, certainly inside the Commission, despite whatever other people might think outside of it. On that basis, there was this idea that we did the impossible with the GDPR. 5 years later, We can do it again with AI. What even is AI? How can you regulate it? This sort of critical tension that's also been a sort of through line in our afternoon's discussions, which is that it's fine to have principles and good ideas, and how do you turn that into concrete implementable actions on the ground for different use cases? And so both the GDPR and the AI Act provided solutions to, like, on the one hand, it's one size fits all. On the other hand, it's, oh, what's your size? And we'll find the right fit for you. And we need to develop that form of agility, maybe doing even better, recognizing the shortcomings of those pioneering pieces of regulation. We need to also, and I think that's great, you remember the beautiful slides, but you have the printout in front of you, the mapping of the neurotech governance. We don't need a Neurotech Act. We have so much going on, and a Neurotech Act won't be the endpoint of that undertaking. So how can we think of regulation in a way that is slightly different than what we've done before? And I think we've exchanged great ideas around this. One of the core aspects is involving more people. In a wider number of people, a wider diversity of stakeholders, citizens in this, and it's not that citizens panels are the answer, but they're part of the reflection and what we need to put in place, and then be ready to to both sort of be proud of what we do and also recognize the limitations. Whatever we come up with will not be the final word, but it's important to build on what we have. I think this is really crucial. And maybe a last point, there's another tension that maybe we haven't highlighted enough. Talking about cognitive freedom, about subjectivity, about self-determination, quite a bit of our, let's say, thinking arsenal is about human rights as individual rights. And we need to reflect on how we can broaden that to groups, communities, and a wider understanding of the general interest. That's for my thoughts at this point.
Well, thank you very much, Jim. And I think we are now getting to the conclusion of this conversation, but I'd like to ask each panelist for a word of conclusion. And maybe, Ola, I'll give you time for reflection this time. And Alice, I'll start with you. Takeaways or points of reflection of the conversation and the afternoon, if you like.
I'm sorry I couldn't join you before, so I will just conclude on the reflections that I found very interesting of our panel. So as I mentioned, the stakeholder engagement, multi-stakeholder engagement is fundamental so that we can build better neurotechnologies that are safe and trustworthy. We need to find more flexible tools and policies to enable us to innovate at the same time, find ways to have all the different actors on the table. And this gives us the different perspectives so that we can adapt something that is quite general to the heterogeneity that we talked about, that being in the clinical practice, that being healthcare, different healthcare settings, or even different countries with different policies, because we're part of Europe, but each different member states has its own healthcare settings and specificities. And this is quite important, not only to provide better neurotechnologies, but also not to leave anybody behind and make sure that the access to these neurotechnologies is equitable and it is adapted to the different settings. And that's my conclusion.
Super. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ola, over to you.
There was so much today, actually. Anything I had prepared to say, I actually didn't say because of the volume of information. I think on reflection, we need to continue to learn from other sectors of society and other health sectors as well when it comes to AI and technology, and for us, of course, neurotechnology. I I want to say thank you for hosting this event, for Pascal to bringing this overall project to EBC, for Tim, who was there from from the very beginning. And, you know, it gives me hope and optimism when I think about what we can learn from military medicine, how we can apply neurotech that's already there, and the advances that we can bring to Europe when there are events like this and the publications that were mentioned throughout the day, that awareness that we need to implement and be progressive. The tools are there, more being developed. Laura, I'm looking at you. And, you know, this is, I feel, a big driver in the momentum of where we can get to improve the quality of life for people in Europe.
Thank you, Ola. And Jim, final say?
Yes, we've shared so much. I also want to close really on a message of thanks to all of you who've come, to you who've made this happen, and not just for today. Let's be clear, but really, it's been for the last 10 years or so. We've started thinking about neurotech, and I hope. Maybe the history books will say that we failed miserably and we should have done better. But maybe they'll recognize that the work of our colleagues at the OECD, UNESCO, the Interagency Committee on Ethics and Bioethics, where I represent the European Commission, the work of the EBC, CFG, we've really mobilized, and let's keep it up. Keep up the good work. We can make a difference. Let's do our very best to go there. And maybe just one thing. When we think of regulating technologies, we can either think of our role as a sort of I'm not very much into football, but I know that much that one of the roles the players is to keep the goal. And avoid balls coming through it. Let's try to avoid that. Let's try to avoid technology regulation as, oh, there's a technology, how are we gonna? No. Let's be there early on, not just at the inception when the ball is being hit by the shoe, but even before that. What do we want? What do we want from the world we live in? What society do we want to live in? And on that basis, what technologies should arise in it? Thanks so much.
Well, thank you very much, Jim, and I very much hope that our endeavor will be more successful than trying to bring ethics into football. But thanks a lot for your contribution. And thank you, Alice. Thank you, Ola. And it's actually now time to move to our concluding remarks for this event. And we are extremely privileged to have the presence of Mr. Paul Rubik. Paul Rubik is a member of the European Economic and Social Committee and made us the pleasure of being with us this afternoon. But before sitting in the ECOSOC, Paul was also a member of the European Parliament, and during his mandate was also the chair of STOA, the Scientific and Technology Option Assessment Body. And I guess, Paul, you are going to explain to us what it was and what it still is. But it's really an honor to have you with us, and you have the floor.
Yes, first of all, thank you so much. And I'm very impressed by this discussion because the Economic and Social Committee is also a kind of brainstorming institution, because we all know the Parliament and the Council and the Commission, and I think the Commission is always coming up a content-driven organization, hearing from the Council and from the Parliament what should be the next legislation, or now what should not be the next legislation. So I think it's quite interesting that the Economic and Social Committee enjoys this brainstorming, being asked from the Commission, from the Council, from the Parliament, here we have a problem, what can we do? And that's what I always tried in European Parliament in the so-called Science Committee, the STOA Committee. I always said it's forbidden to look for the best solution. For us, it's important to have an options assessment. Because in politics, I've made up my mind, don't bother me with facts. So that's where we have to go back and say, okay, today we have heard about the precaution principle. Very good principle, no question about this. But if we think on precaution, immediately we should think on an options assessment. So what does it mean if we say no to this? Do we have better options, other options? And if we have different options, let's come to the impact assessment of the options. Which impact would this create? And then, of course, today we also heard that there is a risk-based approach. So where's the risk of the different options? And today we also heard the lifetime assessment, what's from the early beginning to the end of a process. And then we come to the foresight debate. What does it mean for society? So I think this circle, this value chain of creative behavior is very important for us. And in STOA we also created this silo and pipe activities, because we have a lot of excellent silos, not only on European level, on global level. A lot of great thinkers, a lot of people who can really see the challenges and how to get through the challenges. But the silos are very good and financed, and people are there, and some of them want to keep it within the silo because competition is something which is not good for everybody. But the truth is, the silo and pipe strategy. Pipe means how can we distribute the information about the pipes? How can we break the pipes, or to make an incentives for them to distribute their knowledge? Yes, knowledge as a public good. I think that's a very important strategy as well. But on the other hand, if knowledge brings revenues, how can we get the benefit to the one who created the knowledge to make benefits? So we come very clearly to the question of data ownership. So what does it mean, data harvesting? So how can we organize this on a global scheme? And I think it's always important to look on the global activities, because within our silo in Europe, we know a lot of things how to do and how to do better, but maybe the silos in the other continents are totally different in thinking and organizing. So one short story, as I was in European Parliament in STOA, we were invited in China by the Ministry of Science. And they asked us, what would be your preferred area? And we said, of course, artificial intelligence. So they gave us half a day with the artificial intelligence department in Beijing, and were 6 people from their side, 6 people from our side, and it was a wonderful debate. Because, first of all, we had a debate on the data ownership, and the guys in front of us said, in China, all data belongs to the state. So we can use any kind of data immediately without any restriction. And Mr. Rübig, you will see, all the research which needs data will come to China, because you have access to any kind of data. Then I said, yes, in Europe it's totally different. Data belongs to the people who create the data, and we are living in a total different system. Then the guy came up and said, Mr. Rübig, in medicine, we have hospitals where we have doctors, where we immediately can see after the surgery if he still needs antibiotic, if we have to cut off the food or whatever, because it was totally failing what they did. And on the other side, in south of China, we have a doctor where he makes his surgery, no problems at all. The people go out healthy and that's it. And he says, and that's our Chinese system. And then he said, okay, what do you think is the issue why most of the patients in European hospitals are dying? I said, yes, cancer, stroke, bacteria, virus, name it. I said, please tell me, I don't know. Said, no. Then he said, it's data protection. Because you don't know what's going on in your hospital. So, was very critical. So, privacy, transparency, so where is the mixing point? And that's what I loved on this visit in China, because it's clear that human right and the individual rights are totally different on this globe. And so the key question is, which of the systems is more successful, or what can we learn from each other? And I'm now writing on a report here in the Economic and Social Committee, and we have a third entrepreneurs, a third trade unions, and the civil society. So it's a very fruity debate in this house. And we have a debate on European startups and scale-up strategy with a focus on the European Innovation Act. So, and here the world clashes together. The one who are researching, looking for new ideas, being very concentrated in the silo, and the others who look to this and see a risk. So we have, I would simplify, we have the lawyers and we have the engineers. So the one are hindering risk and the other one should take risk, because without risk taking, you don't have progress. So how can we merge these two ideas between lawyers and engineers? That's a very interesting question on how to organize this. And I'm preparing another report on humanoid robots, where in humanoid robots, of course, the brain is the key. And what does the brain need to work? Human intelligence needs food, and most important is we need water. So we wouldn't work without water and food. And the robots, they wouldn't work without energy. So the nexus between food, water, and energy is a real crucial question for the future. And if we look to the emergencies which are around the world, are we prepared enough? And I think that's something where the structure of the European Union and the future ideas how to organize our daily living and looking to the global development, that's the key of our success and wealth. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Paul, for concluding our event this afternoon. It's probably the apex of the vision that we are now trying to touch upon. And Virginia, it's my pleasure to hand over to you. But before doing so, I'd like to thank you wholeheartedly for the collaboration and for the successful deployment of the event this afternoon. And it's probably the first of its kind, but I really wish that there would be many more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to you, Fred. I'll come back to that in a sec. To Mr. Rubik, of course. I think you've all heard enough from me today, so I'll keep this very, very short. Don't worry. I think maybe just one thought is that I think, especially towards the end, the last few panels have showed that we have our work cut out for us, and I think it's each of us in this room our responsibility to take this forward. So I once again want to thank absolutely the European Brain Council, Fred, of course, Jane as well, and Michalis for all the collaboration in putting this together. It's been absolutely excellent. The European Economic and Social Committee, Professor Menzi earlier, Mr. Rubik now, and those on in the sidelines that are helping out. I, of course, want to thank my CFG colleagues, my teammates Pavel, Laura, and Onur, as well as our phenomenal events manager, Phoebe, wherever she might be, who always makes things incredibly smooth. And last but certainly not least, our speakers, of course, for sharing their time and their expertise, and for making the discussion so vivid, and all of you who asked questions as well. So I think, from our perspective, from our white paper, I'm really excited to see it live, to see it shared, and to see it start a debate. That's really what we're trying to do here. We've run out of copies, which is a good sign, but it is available online, so please do read it and share it. Exactly. So if you'd like to keep the conversation going, we do have a drinks reception after this. So please do come and join us. It's at Hotel Pestana, which is at 1 Plage Henri. It's just 5 minutes down the hill. You go down the hill, across the plaza, and it's Hotel Pestana there. So please do come join us, keep the conversation going. And once again, thank you to everyone, to our collaborators, to all of you for a super interesting event.
And before we leave the room, can we ask everyone to stay where you are and those on the wings to come so that we stand up and we take a very nice group picture that colleagues are going to take. So please stand up. People's in the wing, you gather, and we take the picture. Thank you.